you like to sit here? Sure. Yeah. This is me anyway. Like, we got this 2-sit. This is me and my friend. If you would like to sit here, that's okay. Thank you.
The first one.
No, there's one right here, and there's what? Did he try going to a different port?
Oh.
Are you in mic or line up right now?
Sorry, the printer was down.
Here, try to turn a little up.
Mine is silent.
It's what?
Silent, maybe if they talk.
Yeah, we'll see in just a second.
It's been a while, I guess, like 10 months at this point. I guess, and you've been busy being a dad and those kind of things, but what's the time off been like for you?
It's been fun, but I've been treating myself like I need to get better in a lot of places. So, spending time with the family, you know, training, you know, but also, like, kind of like, you know, not take every session as serious, like, as in, like, I'm not grinding, like going hard every single day, you know, so some days are more technical than the others, but I had a lot of training partners who were in camp, so I'm the guy that's always like, well, you need somebody to go with, you know, I don't mind going with, you know, I love giving a helping hand, so to me, I just been in the gym helping out my training partners, you know, it's gotten me a lot better too, so yeah, it's been a fun time off, and I can see how retirement looks looks good. But man, I with how much I was working, I was just like, I need to get a fight. I need to get a fight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if it was challenging because, like you said, I know you had great things in your personal life and you probably enjoyed the time, but it feels like I guess your career is only going up from here, but it does feel like you're more popular and higher ranked than you've ever been. So was it tough to only get to compete once last year?
Yeah, no, I wanted to compete multiple times last year. I know realistically 3 wasn't going to be an option, especially once I got into that ranking spot. But I at least wanted one more just to finish off the year. But for unfortunate reasons, you know, I wasn't able to get in. But this opportunity popped up, and you know, at first I was really bummed out because I didn't know that it was a UFC 287 pay-per-view card. I didn't know like the stakes of this card. I had saw that UFC San Antonio was there, so I was like, yeah, let's go. I want to do in my home state. Let's do another one. Let's run it back here in Texas. And the next, you know, they're like, it's UFC 287. Please just take a chill. I was like, oh, okay. Who's headlining that? And, oh, who's the co-main event? Oh, yeah, yeah, and it's in Miami. All right, okay, we're good. We're good to go. Yeah, it made me feel a little bit better, you know. So I'm gonna have my family out here as well, like in a couple days. So for me, I'm really excited. Really excited, like just for this fight week in general, just because how high stakes this is. Like, man, Izzy Pereira too, you know, that's a phenomenal fight. Then you got Gilbert Burns versus Jorge Masvidal, man. Like, yeah, like with how high I'm I guess stardom. It's even weird to say that. That's so weird. The fact that I'm fighting right before them still kind of blows my mind, you know. And yeah, I'm loving this opportunity.
I was going to ask you if that kind of forces you, right? Because I know what a fan of the sport you are, right? And you watch all these people, but now, like you said, you're on a pay-per-view main card right below. I mean, you're peers with those guys now. You know what I mean? Has that been kind of a weird mindset for you to kind of get used to? That like, yeah, I'm part of this.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get used to it because I still fanboy over a lot of these people. I just saw like Gilbert Burns yesterday. I was like, oh, that was fucking cool. You guys y'all just didn't fucking see that. It's fucking Gilbert Burns right there. And and like being able to talk to Izzy, that's been pretty cool. So every single time I'm just like, yeah, like I'm still a fan of this sport, and I love it and I watch it every single time it comes on. So to me, you're never gonna get the fan, like me not being a fan of fighting ever. So if I see people coming up and I like them, man, I 100%, I'm gonna be a fan of them. Might fanboy, but like Izzy and Jorge and Gilbert and all those like top tier guys that have been around for a while, like I look at them, that's when I'm like, all right, yeah, I can fanboy over these guys, but these other guys coming up, it's cool. We're homies. We're homies, all right, guys?
That's awesome. All right, we'll talk about this fight itself, because stylistically on paper, man, I mean, it looks like it's going to be an absolute banger. I mean, do you look at it that way, and can you go into a fight thinking like, oh, this could be a scrap? Oh,
yeah, I've had that. I tuned into the boxing into boxing a little bit, and I was like, you know what, I'm going into this with the mindset of Marvin Hagler. I'm going in for war. That's exactly the mindset every single time. I'm going for war because this guy has the never die attitude, and he's going to keep getting up. He's been hurt multiple times, but he's never been finished by TKO or knockout. He keeps coming back and he wants to get the win. He's fighting tooth and nail. So to me, I'm like, it excites me because I know as soon as he gets dropped, he comes back and looks better that next round. So to me, I'm just like, I have to be ready. I have to be ready at every second because this guy's gonna be nonstop coming forward. What you can throw whatever you want at him, but he's gonna keep coming forward, and that to me excites me. Like I get really excited whenever I fought Davey Grant. It was exciting. It was exciting because Davey Grant is the same type of fighter. So to me, looking at somebody like Rob, I'm like, yeah, this definitely makes me get out of bed a lot earlier than what I needed to, So for me, I know, and also on top of that, the implications on that as well. He's ranked number 6 in the world. For me, if I go out there and I starch him, be the first guy to put him out, I get his number, So that just skyrockets me into another stratosphere on my end. I'm 12 right now. Cut my ranking in half, go to 6. Realistically, one more fight and I'm a title shot away. So, that's, everything's kind of coming true, like the way that I've been thinking about it. But it's big things. Big things can happen, but I got to stay focused on fun.
That's all.
Whoa! Fuck it, fight in the dark.
That's awesome. Last thing for you, just getting the strobe effect. You kind of touched on it there, but I mean, this division is, I think, probably the most stacked in the sport right now, right? All these names. So, I mean, you talk about, with a win here, number 1 contender fight next. Is that what you're thinking? Is there any matchups that you think make sense, or is it just kind of see how things shake out? Like, what comes next?
Honestly, after this fight, let's just say everything goes the way I want it to, and I start Font. Like, I kind of have to wait to see how the division plays out because we got guys who are getting matched up, guys who are we're booked, and man, everybody was kind of booked around this time. So you kind of really, if you're planning on hey, I want this fight, then this fight next, and do that, it wasn't really gonna happen whatsoever because man, everybody was booked up. Everybody had a fight coming up, and then every single time I was talking to my manager about, hey, well, give me in a fight. They're like, oh, there's nobody really available right now. And I'm like, well, and that was kind of the problem. Last year, everybody was just booked up for no reason. But it's pretty much I got to see how the division plays out. I know I can throw myself in the mix easily if I just starch Rob Font. And if I starch Font, puts me in that mix, and especially if I do it the first guy to do it against Font, that easily puts me up there. So you got a lot of guys who are coming off of a couple losses and all that stuff, So I know those guys are probably going to be fighting each other, but the guys coming off of wins, they only want to fight higher, so I don't think they would want to fight back. So maybe, I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that can happen, so a lot of things. So I'm really excited how how to look at the division after this fight.
Adrian, over here. You were talking about like looking up to all these other fighters that you kind of run to the hotel, but earlier when this fight was announced, you had tweeted that you were making your pro debut when Rob was making his UFC debut. So was he a name that you kind of looked up to too, or did you just?
I was a fan. I was a fan of his style. You know, like how can you not be a fan of Rob Font's style? He's a nonstop coming forward. He does it primarily with the hands, and to me, like I've always appreciated that type of style. Like I was a boxing fan before I was an MMA fan, and then once MMA came about, I forgot all about boxing. but yeah, no, like you can't not watch a Rob Font fight and not be like, oh shit, like this, like I can't watch this guy fight. I gotta turn away from the TV. No, you're not that person. You know, you're just not a fan of violence. But I'm a fan of violence, and I like watching Rob fight. So yeah, you know, after I fight him, you know, I kind of hope he keeps on fighting because I want to continue to see him fight.
I know when you were both on your way up, you and Sean O'Malley were kind of circling each other before you even got ranked, and it seems like you both wanted the fight, but it never happened. In hindsight, was that a blessing? Because now the way your careers are going, if you do match up, it's just that much bigger?
Oh, yeah. No, I feel like everything is kind of the way everything has went, it's going as, I guess, according to like a bigger plan, I guess, because at the end of the day, like I go out there, I start fun. Man, tell me why Sean wouldn't want to take this fight. I know he secured a title fight. He can pretty much wait for a title shot, but if he wants to stay busy, like he's like, oh, well, I can make some big money fighting Yanez. You know, I know we could headline an event easily. I go out there, I start fun. He's been looking really good against some good people. He beat Jan, you know, and Jan is like pretty much almost like he's a Russian version of me. But no, I think that would actually make a lot of sense for him. But I know with how division plays out, I know he's gonna wait for the title fight. But yeah, I think that fight would be really, really big, especially if I do everything that I need to do on my end. I have to do, because if I don't go out there and I don't do it, then all that kind of just deflates the balloon. But right now it's still blowing up, and yeah, I can't wait to pop that balloon, man.
Then unrelated to this fight, this past weekend, it was announced Endeavor bought the majority interest in the WWE, so now UFC and WWE are under the same kind of banner. So what do you make of kind of that partnership right there?
Oh, man, just shows you how much the company has grown and how much, you know, like how much it was valued for. You know, us fighters were going out there and putting it all on the line and going out there and like putting up exciting fights week after week after week, you know, and it just shows, man. It just shows in the what the UFC is valued for, you know. Us fighters, we kept going out there, putting a fight in the nights and all that stuff, and just seeing like the big company like the WWE. Like I remember watching Raw, ECW, all that way back in the day. So for me, seeing that, it is a little unreal for me to be like, oh wait, now like a part of the company that I work for, like not saying division and all that stuff, but like it's like they're pretty much like partnered up. So I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. Who
are your favorite wrestlers?
My favorite wrestler is definitely Stone Cold, you know, just because his whole gimmick was he's from Victoria, Texas, and I'm a Texas guy, so yeah. And then also, you know, The Rock, you know, whenever he was going, you know, he always had that great comebacks and all that stuff, so that to me was funny.
Last one for me. How do you see the main event playing out between Izzy and Alex?
Man, that's a good one. That's a really, really good one. I know I saw Izzy getting the fight. I thought he was up, you know, going into that last round. If it would have went to the decision, I would have had it Izzy 4-1. But Pereira just has that power that just nobody can really take. But man, it just depends. Because if I know Izzy, he's very technical. He's very tactical, and if Pereira gets overzealous thinking that he can do it all over again, I know Izzy will snipe him out. But there's also a thing, you know, whenever somebody wins the belt, they jump and they start believing in themselves. Like look at Leon Edwards whenever he fought Kamaru Usman this last time around. You know, there was a complete, like, he got so much better just believing that he was champion. You're like, oh no, I'm champ. I'm this guy. Goes out there and gets the win. So made it look, you know, it wasn't as he made it competitive and made it look competitive whenever it wasn't a competitive fight there in their second go around. So that that might rub off on Pereira. So. But to me, still Izzy knockout round 2.
Adrian, a couple questions over here. I just want to pick your brain on some of the things happening in your division. First of all, the title fight. Aljamain Sterling defending against Henry Cejudo. How do you see that fight? And also, what do you make of just Cejudo coming out of retirement and jumping straight into a championship bout?
Okay, so Henry coming out of retirement and jumping into title contention. You know what? I would have made a big fuss about it if it was like somebody if he didn't leave on bad terms, or had to take a suspension, like TJ Dillashaw and all that stuff like that. That would have put a bad taste in my mouth. But it's Henry Cejudo who left as a champion. He retired as a double champion. He was like, all right, cool, it's my time to come back, and he came back, and honestly, rightly reserved. He kind of deserved that. He was a champ at that time when he left. I think he should be able to come back and fight for the title, because he did have the flyweight title and then he held the bantamweight title. So, yeah, I think it was rightly deserved, and I don't make any fits about it because I was like, well, he's worked his ass off to get there, and he left, he retired, he came back. He's still – I believe he's still championship level. So that fight right there is going to be it's pretty much the way I look at it. Is going to be unorthodox versus the orthodox. They're both intelligent. They both have really good MMA IQ. So to me, whenever I'm looking at this fight, it kind of, from what it's looking like, is if Henry can keep standing, is going to stay with Henry. He's no slouch on the ground, but Aljo, if Aljo gets him down, I think Aljo takes it.
Yeah. And you mentioned O'Malley there a few minutes ago. What do you make of him? It seems he has the stance that he's just going to wait out for the next shot, and we still have a title fight booked, right? So what do you make of him sitting out and waiting for the next shot?
As a fighter, I look at them as well, stay busy. Don't sit down on the couch too much. But honestly, he's earned it. He's deserved it. He worked his way up there. He beat Peter Yan. Whether you think he won or not, he beat him. So yeah, no, he rightly deserves to sit out if he wants to. If the UFC's already told him, hey, you have the title fight, I don't blame him for being like, all right, cool, I'm just gonna sit and wait for the title, because he put himself in that position. So I'm not. To me, I understand. I'm like, all right, cool. You're gonna wait for that title shot, and you're gonna make sure you're extra prepared for whenever that fight comes around. One of the two guys you're fighting is either Henry or Aljo. So you got only two guys that you're looking at, and then after that you can hone it down into one. That sounds like a smart plan to me. So I'm not opposed to him just sitting out and just waiting for it.
In a way, are you almost grateful, or maybe the word happy, for the kind of where you're at in the division right now? Because it seems like if you were a top title contender right now, that's a tough situation. You got a title fight booked, then you got somebody waiting for it, right? It seems like you're kind of catching the wave at the perfect time. You're just gonna start, creeping into those top five slots.
Oh yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that 100%. I feel like it's riding in at the perfect time. If everything goes if everything kind of goes as planned, there's some big fights to be made, especially if I go out there and knock out Font. So for me, it's just doing what I need to do and getting there, and then after that, pretty much just seeing how the division plays out. Because man, it is a stacked division. There's a couple fighters who've gotten. Because I'll say it like this. I go on a 2-fight win my next 2 fights, beat Font, beat somebody else. I'm pretty sure if Aljo's not the champ, Merab's going to get that next shot. So even then, it would probably be Sean, then Merab, then pretty much I'd still have to wait out. So there's a lot of things going on, and for me, I'm just I'm happy with just actually getting the fight, because it has been 10 months and I've been wanting a fight for a while. So on my end, I'm just happy that fight week's around.
Thank you.
Adrian over here.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier, that you made your pro debut when Rob was making his UFC debut, and that you were a fan. How's it feel, to be here fighting him and you're a betting favorite against him? Man,
honestly, that's still super wild to me, man. I kind of sit back and I kind of think about it, and I'm just like, man, that's crazy that already come this far, you know, and he's like the whole time I was working to make it here, he was already there and he's been there. So, and the fact that like everybody has me as the betting favorite just kind of shows that, man, like I've been putting in work. Like everybody sees that I'm putting in work, and you know, for me, I don't look at this as me as the favorite. I look at him as the favorite, you know, and that's the way I've been approaching this like the whole entire time. Because, man, he's still a dog. He's still like, again, like you put him, like, you're like, he's against the wall right now. He's coming off of 2 losses. He's fucking dangerous right now. He's a dangerous man. So for me, like, it's exciting. It's exciting because I know the implications. I know the implications of all this stuff, and I know that I'm getting a different Rob that Cheeto didn't get. I'm getting a different Rob that Jose didn't get. So to me, like, I'm just like, I know he's gonna come for you. I know he's looking to keep his spot and actually move forward to get to the title shot, and his back is on the wall and he has to fight coming forward. So to me, I like that. I want him at his best. He's in his worst spot, so he's gonna fight like hell. So to me, I'm super fucking excited. And it's still crazy to me that, like, I was like, and also it was kind of easy to do film because like I've been a fan of him. So it's like, oh yeah, I love watching his fights. So I could just go back and watch his fights.
Awesome. And then last question for you here. You know, you mentioned the Sugar Sean fight potentially as someone you want to fight. Curious your take, how you think the betting odds should be on that.
Man, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he'd be the favorite if I'm being honest with you. I think he'd be the favorite. All right, cool. Hey guys. Thank you.
Christian, I guess talk about how this feels, right? I mean, a pay-per-view main card, media day on fight week so early in your career. I mean, this has got to be kind of a wild experience, right?
It feels amazing. I've been dreaming about opportunities like this since I was 15, so I'm just soaking in everything up right now.
I mean, obviously, when you started to realize, like, what it was going to be, that you were going to be on the main card, that you were going to be doing all this stuff, was it a little bit overwhelming at all, or did you just welcome it?
No, I just welcomed it. I mean, I strive for these moments. I like the pressure. I like opportunities like this just because I feel like it makes me a better fighter. I think it makes me take everything more serious, as in, like, nutrition, training, everything, So I like it.
So what were your thoughts when the matchup came together, right? Because this kid's getting all the attention in the world, all the expectations. When they call you to be the opponent, what's your initial thought?
I like the matchup. I don't think the UFC does any favors. I don't think the UFC is like the kind of place that, that tries to build people up. I think what the UFC does is they put two prospects who are really good, and they see whoever wants it more.
What were you doing at 18?
At 18, I was still fighting. I had my first MMA fight at 17, so I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to be very, very young in this game, and so I had my MMA debut at 17. I was still a senior in high school.
It's crazy. So what would happen if you'd have gotten the call back then at that point? I mean, can you put yourself like in his position at all to think like where he's at in his career?
Yeah, if I put myself in that position, I don't think me personally, I'd be ready for it. Just because I think it is a big step up in competition and skill set, everything. It's so different.
Yeah. So the hype of the story, that's one thing, but at the end of the day, it's a fight, right? So his skills, like what do you see? When you watch him on tape, like, is he this amazing talent that likes we've never seen before, or what do you see in him? I see
he's very good. He's a very, very good grappler, but I feel that's all he brings to the table. But I do respect the skill set. I do respect how good his grappling is. So it's not like I'm overlooking him or anything like that. But I do respect his skill set and his team.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, how are you looking at this? Is this just the next fight, like the next step in your journey? Or are you looking at this as like, man, an opportunity to really steal some hype and to like make an immediate name for yourself and make people know? I mean, is this like a huge opportunity for you, or is it just another fight?
It's a little bit of both. It is another fight for me just because the way I see fights is I always see it as just another fight. I don't like kind of overwhelming myself, but I do realize it's like one of the biggest opportunities of my life. I'm on the main card with Izzy and Poatan, so it's crazy to me. I've been seeing them since I was kids, since I was his age too. So it is a big opportunity for me as well.
Christian over here. You mentioned you feel like his grappling is like the biggest thing, maybe the only thing he brings to the table. So how do you rate his striking in there overall?
I feel his striking he has good striking, but I think more of his game is striking to set up his grappling. So I do feel I'm more confident in my striking than his.
Do you think he's maybe getting ahead of himself a little bit? Because in his last media day, he was here and he was talking about how he still had to go eat lunch in high school, but then his goal is to be like a UFC champion by the time he's 20 right now. And his opponent was like, let's slow it down there. You have to get through me first. Do you think he's getting maybe ahead of himself?
No, I don't think he's getting ahead of himself just because I feel like every great fighter who wants to be great, his main goal is to be a world champion, And I feel like you have to have that in your head.
Then a couple of questions unrelated to your fight. This past weekend, it was announced Endeavor bought the majority stakes of the WWE, so now kind of the UFC and the WWE under the same umbrella. I'm just curious, did you hear about that news, and what do you make of that kind of new partnership?
So I'm not sure what goes into that, but I do know when I was a kid, I was such a big WWE fan. I was like, I was always at the events in Milwaukee. CM Punk was one of my teammates for a bit, so that was like very surreal to me too, So yeah, I'm a fan.
And then can I get your thoughts on the main event? How do you think the rematch between Izzy and Alex plays out?
For the main event, I feel like Izzy pulls it off this time. I feel, Izzy was winning that fight, but I think just a couple more adjustments, little tweaks, and then he'll take the win.
Hey, C-Rod, back here. Hey, brother. How big of an impact has Anthony Pettis had on your career?
Anthony Pettis has had a huge impact on my career just because we both grew up like in a very like in the south side of Milwaukee, so it's like there's not a lot of opportunities for us over there. But one thing he did help me out a lot was, ways to, how to really get out of the south side and stuff like that, to really like pursue this full time. He's been like one of my mentors since I started, so he's been helping me out a lot. Him and Sergio Pettis as well too.
And what did you think of his performance this past weekend against Roy Jones Jr.? I
think it looked good. I mean, I think a lot of people are disregarding Roy Jones. I'm like, yeah, he's a little older, but it's still Roy Jones. He still has a dog in him.
Cool, bro. Thank you.
What do you make? One more. What do you make of Sergio's upcoming fight against Pitbull? Pitbull going down to 135.
Yeah, Pitbull's going down to 35. That's interesting. I feel Sergio takes it. I feel that weight cut might get to Pitbull just because Pitbull's a little older too. But you never know because Aldo made 35. So, yeah, you never know. But I do feel Sergio's going to take the win.
You made the John Morgan asked you earlier about the hype train behind Raul Rosas Jr. and everything. I'm curious your take. Like, do you embrace where at least perceptually wise you're going to be the underdog here?
I feel like I'll probably be the underdog in this fight. I do know he has a lot of hype, but I don't mind the hype. I think it benefits me, once I stop it.
And then I'm curious your take. Izzy versus Pereira fight in main event. I'm curious you have a take. Who you think's going to win that fight?
I think Izzy wins that fight. I think Izzy stops him this time.
What's up? What's up?
So, Dion, talk about the win that you had last time out. I guess just how important was it for you to get back in the win column?
Yeah, man, that's amazing, brother. I need that, you know. The last two split decision, I think I won both, but at the end of the day, you know, they no give me, and yeah, I can finish the last one by knockout. I love to finish the fight by knockout. I'm, man, super happy with that, and we continue in that way.
How difficult was the two split decisions, right? Because you thought you won, but you didn't. So, I mean, what does that do to your head? Like, mentally, do you question everything?
Are terrible, man. I never in my career lose two fights in a row. And in this time, two losses in a row, but both two split decisions. A lot of people thinking that they won, and I thinking they won, especially Michel Pereira, you know. But in the end of the day, you don't have to, you know. And yeah, for sure, it's a lot of pressure, you know, when I go to Morono, I also change everything the last minute, you know. I changed the opponent this week, you know. I supposed to gonna fight with a Sapo guy. They put me a young kick. They coming with 4 victories in a row, nothing to lose. Thank God I can finish. Thank God I think I can show again that, you know, ready for stay with the best welterweights, you know, in the division. You know, I come in doing my work. I won 9 fights in my last 12. 2 on a split decision, close fight with the tough guys, always fighting with the tough guys. Again, they give me a big name, you know. I think Holland is a very tough guy, and one of the biggest names in the company, and good victory over him. They're going to put me in the conversation for the title.
What do you think about the matchup with Holland? Because there seems to be kind of a way to beat him, which is his grappling isn't necessarily at the highest level, but I know you like to kind of go out and fight a little bit and throw hands. So I guess, what do you think stylistically about the matchup?
Brother, I don't care what my opponent is going to do, you know. I know him, you know, he can punch it, he can kick, he can have good submission, you know. He coming improve in every fight, you know. So good fighter, but, you know, at the end of the day, I don't care too much about what my opponent is going to do, you know. My plan is always the same. Go inside to the cage, go forward and punch in the face, you know. I know I'm going to catch one my hand, and when my hand catch him, I'm going to feel him a lot of pain.
Are you expecting him to be talking to you in the cage?
Maybe him talking, maybe no. We don't know. We'll see, you know. Supposed to Pereira going to do a lot of crazy things in my fight, and he not did nothing. I don't know what I'm going to do, but for sure not going to affect me, you know. Where we say in Brazil, eu sou macaco velho. You know, I have, you know, a lot of experience in this game. I don't care if he's gonna talk him. Fuck it. I'm gonna punch him face in the same shit.
Love it. Last thing for me, with a win, what is the goal here? I mean, you said 2 losses, but so close, split decisions. I mean, do you feel like you still need to be talked about at the top of the division, facing the very best?
Of course. I feel that I have everything to have my chance for the belt and be champion of the world. I'm working for that. I take the challenge the UFC give me. I'm not asking for this fight. They come in with this fight. I say, of course, yes. I know this is a challenge. I know this guy is tough, but I know I'm ready to finish him and to show to the world I'm ready to be in the best welterweights, and I'm ready to take my opportunity for the belt.
Santi, por acá.
Danny.
Santi, can you put into words what December 2022 meant for you? Not only knockout win, you know, you snapped the losing streak, but also Argentina campeón.
Yeah, man, that's amazing. We continue, you know, the party after the World Cup. But, you know, special for me, very important, you know, because what I was talking, you know, 2 losses, but 2 split decision. Man, this is so bad, you know, feeling that. I never had 2 losses in a row in my career, and so close both, you know, and thank God I can finish by knockout the way that I want to finish the fight. That make me happy, and for sure I come in super motivated for this fight.
And I talked to Guido Canetti, and he was mentioning how the World Cup win gave him so much energy as an Argentinian athlete, so much pride. I'm wondering, what did it do to you? Because certainly a huge moment for the country, and we saw what it did for the entire Argentina.
No, for sure, man. That was crazy, brother. I told before that happened, you know, we're going to be champion of the world, and it's crazy, brother. 6 million people in the street in Argentina doing crazy things, you know. It's a big passion in Argentina, the soccer, and that was amazing atmosphere. And we continue the party, we continue to celebrate, and we continue celebrating after this Saturday, after I finish Holland.
Yeah, and obviously Argentina, you're always repping it, but I know South Florida and Miami has a special place in your heart, is your second home. How good does it feel to be fighting at home? And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Argentine flags there in the crowd.
Yeah, sure, for sure, man. There's a lot of Argentinian people, and Miami is the capital from Latin America. There's a lot of Latin people here, and I represent the heart, the Latin Americans, and I represent, la raza, that we have. And man, I'm ready to put everything in the cage. I don't care how hard I need to work for this victory. I'm gonna take these victories I give to my people.
Do you think the UFC should make this a destination where they come annually, like once a year or something? Because Miami, almost 20 years without a UFC event, and as you mentioned, a huge Hispanic market plus Hispanic MMA has been on the rise.
Right. I think they need to come in more often. I don't know what is the reason why they're not coming here to Miami. You say 20 years. I'm super happy to be part of this car after 20 years. They're biking here, and this amazing car in the main car. I'm very, very happy. And yeah, for sure, I think they need to come in more often.
Thank you.
Santiago, over here. Kevin's last fight against Stephen Thompson, they kind of made a deal that they wouldn't shoot for takedowns and they wanted to do only stand-up in there. Obviously, after a while, Kevin did shoot for a takedown. But if Kevin came to you and said, no takedowns, stand-up only, would you be happy with that, or do you just want to mix everything up?
I don't care, brother. I don't care what he gonna do, brother. He gonna step in front of me, I gonna punch him face. I don't care if he tried to take me down, the only floor, only striking. I'm ready for everything. I'm ready to smash this guy. I don't care what he gonna say in the octagon or he gonna do. My plan are the same. I gonna take him head off.
What are your thoughts on Colby Covington coming back and getting supposedly the next title shot after not fighting for you?
I don't know, man. I don't understand. This guy don't fight too much and always pick up the fights. I don't think... To be honest, I think they have other fighters that deserve more the opportunity than Colby Covington. This is what I think, That's the decision of the company. Of course, he's a competitive guy, but I think, that he not deserve because he not fighting too often and he always very tricky to take the fight. But if this is what the company say, we will see what is going to happen in this fight.
The final one for me, what do you think of the main event between Alex and Israel, the rematch?
Wow, man, that's going to be fireworks, man. It's the last chance to Israel to take, the victory and finish with this name matter, That's very important for him. I think the psychological factor, is the most important for Israel. He should have the abilities to beat this guy. We will see what is to happen, but that's, amazing main event.
Santi, aquí atrás. Escucha. Bueno, quería saber si me puedes contar en español un poquito cuáles son tus sensaciones para esta pelea, sabiendo el rival, que tu rival, si bien quizás viene de 2 derrotas también, son peleas importantes las que ha tenido. Y bueno, quería saber cómo te sientes y al respecto para la comunidad latina que también te quiere escuchar hablar en español.
Creo que Kevin Holland es uno de los grandes nombres de la compañía. Si bien 2 derrotas no creo que lo representen porque una fue contra Chimaev, cambio en las 24 horas, división de peso, un oponente totalmente diferente al que tenía pactado y después una pelea con Thompson que lo estaba haciendo bien, la estaba hasta incluso ganando y después de que se rompe la mano comienza a pelear, de otra manera y la termina perdiendo. Si lo hubiera ganado tal vez estaría entre los 6, 7 de la división. Entonces creo que mostró que es un peleador competitivo en las 170 libras. Anteriormente había tenido 2 victorias sobre Tim Means y Alex Oliveira muy buenas, 2 finalizaciones. Creo que es un peleador que en las 170 libras encaja bien y es muy competitivo. Y creo que es un desafío, Es un peleador difícil, un peleador complicado, pero creo que soy mejor. Así que estoy preparado para arrancarle esa victoria. Cueste lo que cueste, lo voy a dejar todo adentro del octágono, voy a mostrar el corazón latino que tengo, mostrar la garra latina y regalarle esta victoria a toda mi gente.
Sé que lo dijiste en inglés también, pero si podrías repetirlo, ¿cómo crees que una victoria este sábado te deja posicionado dentro de la división?
Mira, creo que como lo dije, Holland viene mostrando que es un peleador de alto calibre, es uno de los nombres grandes dentro de la compañía y creo que mi trabajo lo vengo haciendo muy bien. Vengo peleando con tipos duros constantemente y vengo obteniendo buenos resultados. Fueron 9 victorias en las últimas 12, 2 decisiones divididas que perdí, que mucha gente piensa que las gané, entonces creo que estoy mostrando que estoy ahí en la elite del deporte. Una buena victoria sobre Kevin Holland me va a posicionar ya cerca del título y de hacer una pelea que me lleve al título mundial.
Gracias.
Just for context, the first question was regarding his opponent, Kevin Holland, as a whole. Not only for that, for just to speak to the Latin community that loves him so much. 2 things about Kevin Holland. The first one, just a great fighter, and a fighter that if the last 2 losses actually impact his opinion of Kevin Holland, they don't, because he's a great fighter and someone that just look at the last 2 losses, one against Shirmav, with so many changes before that card, so many minutes changes, and then what happened with Stephen Thompson, everything was okay. He was actually doing pretty well, and it could have gone a different way. Had he won that fight, he might have stayed in the 6th, 7th in the division. Everything would have been all right. So I do respect him a lot, but I have a plan, and I'm going to come out at him regardless. And the second thing, I know you said it in English, but where does it stand? What happens to you if you actually win this fight? And basically, if I win this fight, I do believe that I'm going to be positioned well in the division. I think I should be. I've had, not only in my last 12 fights, the split decisions were kind of questionable, and I do believe I could position myself for a title coming up.
Santi, I don't know if,
Danny.
sorry, just one real quick. Santi, I don't know if you saw, but Kevin Holland tried to DM you on Instagram.
Yeah.
He posted something on his Instagram, like a DM screenshot.
About the weight?
Yeah, taking the fight at 178 or 185.
Somebody told me about that, for I don't check into my the Instagram, but listen, if you don't know, we sign a contract. In the contract, say the weight. If he want to change the weight, he need to do before sign the contract. I don't care, man. We can talking about everything, just everything about money, you know. If put money, we talking. I don't have problem, you know, but he signed a paper, they say 170, brother. I don't care what he gonna talking, fuck it.
Yeah. After hearing that or seeing that, is there any concern that he might not make the weight because he's trying to get the fight to be at a higher weight?
I don't care, man. I start to sweat right now, man. He signed the paper. They say paper say 170 plus 1 pound. 171 is the limit of the division. I start running right now. The Suns are very good here in Miami. I don't care what he gonna do, man. I doing my work.
Thank you.
To follow up on Danny's earlier question, I'm just curious, with the support of American Top Team being so close to here too in Miami and having the fight here, what is it like for you to have other fighters on the card, but also have coaches, trainers, and other fighters at the show supporting you?
Are great, man. I'm feeling home here. I was living for my last 10 years here in Miami, training America Top Team. Super happy to have this opportunity. The car is it's an amazing car. I'm super happy to be here, part of that.
And my last question is, this week they announced a merger between UFC and WWE, the Pro Wrestling Sports Entertainment. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that, and even entertaining pro wrestling or trying to do WWE later on.
Why not? Why not, man? I think there's a big improve for the company. They're great, They're showing they are in the highest level always, UFC now. I think that's gonna help a lot to the company. I'm happy with that, for sure.
Hey, Santiago, I'm going to ask in Portuguese, okay? We're from Brazil. Fala pouquinho da luta pro pessoal do Brasil, como que você vê essa luta se desenrolar?
Eu acho que ele é um cara habilidoso, né? Ele chuta, ele é bem comprido para a divisão, tem um alcance muito bom, ele tem um boxe bom, né? Uma mão direita perigosa, tem sometimentos, é um cara completo. Mas ele no jogo dele, ele dá brechas. Ele deixa brecha por brincar, o estilo dele dá brechas. E eu sou um cara, como eu falei, eu sou um macaco velho, eu estou preparado para capitalizar os erros dele dentro do octágono. Então, eu sei que não vai ser uma luta fácil, mas eu estou pronto para, quando ele errar, acabar com ele.
Você acha que aquela falação toda, aquele estilo meio desbochado dele incomoda, atrapalha ou não?
Eu não estou nem aí, mano. Se ele quiser falar, pode falar. Quando ele estiver falando, está socando na cara dele, ele está sentindo muita dor. Eu não sei se ele vai ter tempo de falar nessa luta, mas se ele tentar falar, ele vai ser interrompido pelos meus golpes.
The first thing, can you just say some things about Kevin Holland as a fighter? How do you see him as skillful? As far as his skill set, well, he's a very skilled guy. He's a complete fighter. He does have a strong punch. He has a great right. He does kick. He's got a lot of range. But you know what? I mean, I don't care. I just feel that I'm more complete than him, and I can beat him. But again, I'm gonna go at him all the way. And Word asked, what about all this talking that he's been doing all the week? He's like, I don't care. I don't really care about the talking. He can talk. I mean, he's going to be talking a lot while I'm punching him in the face. So then he can talk. And to Santiago's point, he actually mentioned a saying in Brazil, eu sou macaco velho. I'm an old monkey, man. That's what we say in Brazil. So come at me. You're going to get it. He can do all the talking while I'm punching him in the face.
Uma última pergunta. Como que você vê a luta do Poatan com o Adesanya se desenrolar?
Cara, eu acho que Israel Adesanya já mostrou, não, que ele está na elite do esporte, ele tem um nível técnico para acabar com essa luta. Eu acho que o mais importante vai ser o fator psicológico, não? Como vai lidar com essa pressão. É a última oportunidade dele acabar com esse pesadelo, né, de Poatan, não? 2 derrotas no K1, agora perdendo o título mundial contra ele. Ele sabe que é a última oportunidade. Vamos ver como ele lida com essa pressão, não? Com a pressão da oportunidade de acabar com isso, né? Se isso não vai generar uma ansiedade, se isso não vai generar algo que ele se expoa na luta. Se ele lutar tranquilo com todos os recursos, eu acho que ele vai sair vencedor da luta. Mas o fator psicológico é uma questão que às vezes genera muita pressão e a gente não sabe como ele vai reagir a isso.
On the main event, just commenting on the fact that this might be the last chance for Israel Adesanya to actually avenge all the losses to Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira is such a he proved that he actually belongs in this. But you don't know if this nightmare in his head could generate anxiety to help him maybe lead to mistakes. And if he can actually have a very chill fight, he can actually play his own game, he might be able to avenge his losses.
Santiago over here. Your fight here against Kevin Holland, you're actually the biggest betting underdog you've been in your entire career in the UFC. I'm just kind of curious if you think about that, if you embrace the opportunity to play spoiler.
Sorry, no understand.
You're the biggest betting underdog you've ever been in your entire UFC career in this upcoming fight against Kevin Holland. I'm just kind of curious if you think about that.
I am the big underdog on the fight?
Yeah, you're the biggest underdog you've ever been in your UFC
I don't know that, man, but I don't care. I don't care, brother. I'm gonna kill this guy, man. Let's go, make money, man. Let's go, guys.
Awesome. And then the last question, you talked about how exciting the main event's going to be. I'm just curious if you have a take on who you think is actually going to win that one.
Man, that's how I talking about that, man. If I think Israel Adesanya doing everything good, he can stay with the victory, but I don't know who. I don't know what his reaction for the pressure that this fight create, right? It's more the abilities. It's more just only the abilities. It's a big point, it's psychological on this fight, If he are good on the man, I think he's going to take the victory. Thank you, guys.
Israel, kind of a quick turnaround, right? 5 months, the instant rematch. I'm just curious kind of what this time has been like for you. You know, has it been like a fun challenge or a frustrating time? What's the preparation been like?
The last 5 months, well, Christmas was the first time I enjoyed Christmas with my family in, 3 years probably. All of us together in the same house, doing regular folk shit. And New Year's, I actually enjoyed it, got crazy. Still working, getting stronger, but like, kind of like unsubscribe from all the fight shit, you know. But yeah, from then on, I just been working. I've always been working. Never really took my foot off the gas, but I just, you know, let my hair down a little bit.
You feel like that was necessary? I mean, we hear a lot about, right, like the pressure of being a champion and all that it entails.
There's always pressure, bro. There's always pressure. I'm Israel Adesanya. There's always pressure on me. But yeah, I still don't, I mean, I don't feel that, oh, the pressure is off my shoulders or anything. There's more pressure on me now, you know, because I'm me. I'm not him. I am me. So, yeah, there's always going to be that. But again, like I said, since my debut, pressure makes diamonds, and I'm going to shine.
Nice. What do you take out of the last fight, right? Because it was a great performance from you, except for one moment, and that's what changes the result. So how do you break down a fight like that, you know, knowing that there were good things, but you still didn't get what you wanted?
How do I break down a fight like that? I know what works for me. I know how I can beat this guy. I know every time I fight this guy, I'm dominating him, I'm beating him, and then he has this special ability to recover and put his foot on the gas. So I have to find a way to take him out of the driver's seat, which I will.
We think of you as a very mentally strong person, right? But this guy has been following you in your career. I mean, does this guy bother you? Is he annoying to you, or
No.
you know?
No, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't annoy me. I focus on me. I don't focus on anyone else. You know, when it's time to fight, I focus on who's in front of me. Most times, I'm always peeking around the corner. Even you guys know I set up my next fight sometimes on the slide. But this time, I have no idea what's next. I haven't even looked around the corner. I've just had my targets, my sights right on this guy, dead between the eyes.
That's the last thing for me. You just said it. You don't know what's next, but I think a lot of people are asking you, beat him. Do you got to beat him again? Do you want to beat him twice in a row?
Actually, same thing. I don't know what's next. I focus straight on this fight. Everything on this fight. I've put everything. Anything that doesn't help with this fight, the last 4 months or whatever it's been, I've cut it out. I've removed it. Yeah, everything has been focused strictly on this fight.
Israel right here. On your vlog, you had said that you feel better. You felt like better than you normally do at certain parts of this week, and you were ready to go like maybe Monday, Tuesday, whatever, when you still had all this media. So what did you attribute that to? Like you just felt better than you did normally so earlier in the week?
Preparation. My body's ready to go. My body's already dropping weight. Dropping weight like an excited dog outside a dog park in the car. So I have to kind of tell it to chill, stay, heal. We'll release soon, and soon I'll be unleashed.
In Perth, when you were the guest fighter backstage, I asked, like, because every your past few fight weeks, you had this theme that you said, like, you were, obviously, you had the Jigsaw theme, the Undertaker theme. You said you'll know closer to the fight what your theme of this week would be. Have you thought of anything like that?
Theme. My life's a movie. Like, legit. Sorry, it's just distracting. Theme. Honestly, I'm the hunter now. I've just been hunting, like in every sense of the word, and I'll make sure, like when it's time to fight, I'll hunt him down. Like I said, my target's straight on him, nothing else. Anything else, not even him after this, I don't care. I'm focused on right now.
You also shared a video of that promo package of The Rock and Stone Cold on Twitter. Are you viewing you and Alex as like that type of rivalry?
No, not really. I just, me and my boys were just talking. We've been watching a lot of WWE stuff at the house, and I was like, oh yeah, that was that My Way highlight, one of the greatest highlights ever. And then I saw that bit, and I remember like what The Rock said, you know, the way he said to Stone Cold, everything I'm gonna put. I felt that. So that's why I shared that. And also, it's fucking dope track, dope highlights. So, yeah, and it was WrestleMania weekend. So it was a nice little homage to the merger.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask about that. What do you think of Endeavor buying the majority stake in the WWE, and now that it's kind of a package with the UFC right now?
I like it.
Izzy, going back to that Rock Stone Cold trailer, do you view yourself and Alex as that sort of rivalry? Is this that rivalry in your career that you've sort of been waiting for, your nemesis, this guy that you can go back and forth with over and over?
I've had a couple, but none like this. This is probably the greatest storyline in MMA history, and it's coming. Okay, it's coming. It's probably one of, if not the greatest storyline in MMA history. And not many people get the opportunity to show how great they are, to rise to the occasion when all the odds are stacked against them, when people have counted them out. And for me, this fight, I feel like the underdog. I feel like everyone's counting me out. I feel like, because of the results of the last fight, people were just like, goldfish memories. They forgot what I've done in this game. They forgot who I am. And it's time to remind people how great I am.
Tell us, in your mind, why this is the greatest rivalry in MMA history.
It's spanned across. It's spanned across years, across 2 different combat codes, spanned across different countries. The history of matchups between me and Alex. Even in the way that, in his head, he's the protagonist, In my view, my POV, I'm player one. I'm the protagonist. He's the antagonist. And I'm just doing so much better in life. And he kept on trying to chase what he already had. And then got to this point. I made it easy for him to get to the title. I didn't make it easy for him to get the title, but to get to the title, I made it easy for him because he already had that win over me in kickboxing. So he dodged all the gauntlet like I didn't dodge the gauntlet. I went through every different style you could to get to this point. Fought Sambo guys, jiu-jitsu guys, wrestlers, strikers, MMA guys. So yeah, it was an easy layup. But now this is the point where it's like I'm down, 2 fights in kickboxing, 1 fight in MMA. Can you guys keep it quiet in the back, please? Whoever is there, opening the door. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Thank you. So yeah, I'm down 3. And then this is like, in every movie that you're one shot. This is my Eminem moment, my 8 Mile moment, You get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And this is it. This is it for me. This is, like, imagine what if I get it done? What if I get it done better than he's ever done it? What if I butcher him and beat the fuck out of him? Because I always do, but I just ramp it up now. And I don't let him get any breath, and I take him out. I put him on his back. We'll find out. I do all this shit, and I beat his ass, do some damage to him, and it's just like, wow, amazing. Like I said, I don't keep score. I settle them. And he who laughs last laughs best.
Last one from me. I know you're a guy who likes to show appreciation and love to people that you think are talented. You're sharing a card with Adrian Yanez, a guy I know that you really appreciate his skill. That's the fight I'm looking forward to, apart from mine the most. Adrian Yanez, I just saw him in the bathroom before. That guy, I got so much love for his style, so much respect for him as a person, for his coach, Thug Jitsu, Eve Edwards. But he's a force to be reckoned with. 135, he's the next champ. I mean, respect to everybody else in the game, but I feel like he's shout out to Rob Font as well. Rob Font's a veteran in this game, a hell of a fighter. It's a big test for him. But Adrian Yanez is that dude. I even know he's a black belt. I thought he's just a striker, but he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I'm like, fuck. And you haven't even seen much of that yet, but he's just butchering everyone on the feet with his hands and his kicks. And yeah, I look forward to watching his fight and taking inspiration from that.
Izzy, many long-standing champions like GSP and Anderson Silva have talked about how they felt better after losing the belt, like it took off a pressure off them. I'm wondering if you experienced anything similar, almost like a relief of kind of losing that championship pressure?
Nope.
And you mentioned how obviously you're focused on Pereira here and you're out to beat him. Do you almost expect an immediate trilogy bout if you do beat him? Because, I mean, as you mentioned, the storyline's there and it'd be 1-1 in mixed martial arts.
Nope.
So you think you beat him and it's done?
I don't know what's happening after this fight. I'm focused fully on this fight.
And you mentioned on your YouTube channel that this is your last shot. I'm wondering, what exactly did you mean by that? Did you mean like in the division, at Pereira, or in your career as a whole? What did you mean by the last shot?
At Pereira, I'm going to get this done worse than he ever has.
Yeah. And in that fight, we saw that you had a lot of success in the wrestling in the first fight. I'm wondering, how do you shape the game plan around? Because this is not kickboxing anymore, right? This is mixed martial arts. Is the wrestling an area that you're thinking about exploiting on Saturday? Maybe? Thank you.
Israel.
Thank you.
To your left. To your left over here.
You're next.
So, you know, you mentioned earlier, you know, people forgetting things about you and Alex, that you've been beating his ass, for lack of a better term, the majority of the fight. I think a lot of people forget. I mean, first round, you might have been 10 seconds away from winning the fight in the first
3
round.
seconds, one shot.
Yeah, and so I'm just kind of curious, you know, obviously progressively in that fight you ended up losing, but just kind of curious, like, what do you take from the fact that you were 3 seconds away from winning, and how can you capitalize that?
That's in the past. That doesn't really come into my mind frame. I just know I've heard this guy. He knows. He might try and bullshit and whatever. He's not. I don't have to try and intimidate. He doesn't get intimidated. Neither do I. I fear no man that walks this earth. But yeah, that's in the past. This is now, and he knows how dangerous I am. He knows I'm not an easy fight. He knows he's gonna have to go through fire. He's gonna have to go through fire. And I'm gonna make him fight for his life in this fight. But this is, I said say less, do more, but we're here. You put a mic in front of me. You expect me to talk. I'm over all this shit. I really just want to fight, but you guys want some words? I'll give you words. I'm going to make him fight for his life. It's not no trash talk. It's not no bullshit. I'm here to fight. I'm ready to go. I can weigh in probably tomorrow. If you make me, I'll weigh in tomorrow and we can fight. But right now, I'm just over the trash talk, all the speaking. I just want to fight.
Perfect. And then, yeah, you made a mention earlier that you feel like the underdog in this fight. And I asked you before the fight in Madison Square Garden your take on being a favorite, and you said that you should be the underdog. And I'm just curious, do you embrace this? I mean, you said earlier the Hunter thing. Do you embrace this? Do you like this spot that you're in?
Yes.
Welcome to Miami. This is a big fight. First time in 20 years UFC's in Miami. You're in the main event. Big show. What are your thoughts of being a part of this event and being here in South Florida and Miami?
Last time I was here was 2015, and I had a really good time with the Black Zillion teams, Henry Hooft. Shout out to Glenn, that's his name, Glenn, RIP, because they looked after me when I was here, and I had a really good time. So far I've had a good time being in Miami, but make no mistake, I've had my eye on the target, and like I said, that's really all I'm focused about. But last night we went to a comedy show. It was outside in South Beach, just taking the sights in. But yeah, I'm here for work. I'm here for war.
And you mentioned WWE, and I'm curious because we talked a little bit about the merger with WWE UFC. Did you get to watch WrestleMania? Did you have a favorite moment? And would you like to be on a WrestleMania someday?
I did not watch WrestleMania, no, but I saw highlights. And yeah, I'd like to even just attend one. That would be a family event with my family, take them out to WrestleMania one day. But if I happen to jump over the barrier, grab a steel chair and smack someone across the head, that'll be fun too. All right, thank you.
Hey, Israel. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. You're on. Yeah.
So we're from Brazil. You have a lot of fans in Brazil. People appreciate your style. They enjoy watching you fight. Right now, it just happens you're fighting your guy. But how do you see Alex as an opponent? And just send a message to your fans in Brazil.
I love my Brazilian fans. Even when I was out there, they love me. The favelas love me. They can relate to me. They understand what I've been through. But again, I'm fighting one of your own. But yeah, he's a great opponent. Make no mistake. I know how great he is. This is what makes this fight great. And he knows how great I am, no matter how much they try to undersell it to you. They understand who they're fucking with. They understand who they're messing with. They know this is not going to be easy. And they can try and bullshit their way through it, but I know they're a smart team. But hey, if they want to underestimate me, I welcome it. But me and Engage will make a Brazilian shirt, a shirt dedicated to our Brazilian fans after this fight, just to show appreciation to Brazil. So, obrigado.
Thank you.
Easy. After all the studying of your last fight and the preparation for this fight, what would you say that's going to be the most important adjustments that you got to do to take the win this time?
The most important adjustment. Don't give him a chance to breathe.
You think that was very important in the last fight?
Yeah. I mean, I let him breathe a little bit, but this time, suffocate him.
Thank you.
Izzy, just one more here. I know you're obviously a big fan of Anderson Silva and you have a lot of respect for him. It was announced recently that he's going to join the UFC Hall of Fame. Just curious to get your reaction, and I don't know if you have some words for his career and what he meant to you personally.
I mean, about time. He's already been a legend, Hall of Fame to a lot of people, so that goes without saying.
Izzy from here. I'm from Brazil, as the last reporter. Your coach said recently that he did not agree with this quick turnaround.
Who did?
Sorry?
Who said that?
Your coach.
My coach?
Yeah. Said he did not agree with this quick round to face Poatan. And what do you think about this statement?
I don't know. Ask him.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it? Cool. Thank you.
Kevin, you talked about it, man. A little hiatus, right?
Hey.
I mean, a year and a half away, a couple of canceled fights. I mean, how does it feel right now to finally be back on a fight week?
Man, I'm happy. I'm happy to finally be here, man. It's been a little bit of a whirlwind to get here. A couple injuries, couple camps with no fights, and so I'm happy to be here to say the least.
I think of you as kind of a mentally strong guy, but I mean, this has to have been challenging even for you to deal with, right? I guess how difficult maybe has this stretch been for you?
Man, I'm not gonna go into detail, man, but it's been hard, bro. It's been hard on me. It's been hard on my family. It's been hard. Went through the valley of the shadow of death on my own, you know, and that's kind of what it feels like. Like mentally, I was getting depressed, going through the injuries, like what's going on with my life? Like, why is this happening? Like, I went through all that, you know, and but finally I'm on the other side now, man. I was able to get remotivated. You know, it's hard getting remotivated, hard getting up to train after going through all that. But I'm on the other side of it now, and I'm in a good place mentally, physically, spiritually, man. I'm very happy to be here, very happy to continue to be doing what I love to do.
That's awesome. So I guess then being on this big event, right? I mean, you know, pay-per-view, big card, Miami. I mean, does that kind of add extra to it? Like this is not just a fight night card or something. This is on a big blockbuster event.
Yeah, man. I mean, my last fight with a public, with a crowd, was the Darren Till fight in Madison Square Garden, 2019. So it's been a few years with no crowds, and I missed it. At first, when what was going on, I was like, the crowds don't matter. I'm locked in, whatever. But you go in there after a couple fights, you're like, oh, man, yeah, it does make a difference having the crowds. And I'm excited to be here with a full crowd, sold-out crowd in Miami. I mean, this is a historic card. It's been 20 years since they've been here. And it's big fights. You got big fighters fighting this weekend. Man, I'm very, very ecstatic to be here.
Talk about the matchup you have itself with Chris. I mean, obviously you fought the best in the world. What do you think about him as an opponent, and what challenges he offers?
Yeah, he's been having a lot of success boxing people. You know, he stays in your face and he boxes. I don't see a lot of diversity in his game. You know, he doesn't kick a lot. He does kick a little bit, but not a lot. It's not his main thing. He doesn't wrestle a lot, but he has really good takedown defense. And so nobody's been able to take him down and keep him down. And so he's just been able to box everybody. I think my game is a little bit more complete. I have more tools in my toolbox, and I'm going to be able to, I think, pull a lot of those out. And you're going to see a lot of my tools on display.
Last thing for me, I mean, for the past years, you know, what comes next when you win? Where are you in the rankings? Given everything that you've been through and how long that you've been away, like, are you even thinking about where I am in the division and where this puts me, or do you not even worry about that at this point?
No, I'm not even worried about it. I don't even keep track of that. I actually went back and looked at it not long ago, the rankings. I don't look at them. But I saw that I was 15, and I was like, oh, man, I don't think I don't remember the last time I was in the top 15. But I don't keep track, you know. I'll just fight anybody. I'll fight the best fighters in the world, whether I'm ranked 15 or 3rd or 4th or 5th.
Kelvin, over here. You mentioned Chris's 100% takedown defense. Do you think that's because he's so good at defending takedowns, or because he hasn't really fought a wrestler yet that can kind of test him in that category?
I think it's that. I think he hasn't fought a wrestler that can test that. I mean, there are some really good wrestlers in the middleweight division, but everybody is not everybody is wrestling. We're all just striking. We're all trying to knock each other's heads out. But for this fight, you can see, you can expect to see some of my wrestling back in there.
And you obviously mentioned the long layoff and everything, and a lot of the fights that maybe you had to pull out of, or vice versa, it was close to the finish line, like you did a full camp and then you'd have to pull out. So how mentally exhausting was that to it was a lot of starting and stopping and then restarting for maybe a whole new opponent?
That's what I'm saying, man. It was hard to get remotivated again and keep going through that again, get mentally motivated again, like, oh, God, I got to do this again, like... It was hard, man. It was a hard year and a half, and I'm not going to go into details because that's nobody's business, but it was hard. So I'm just happy to be here.
Henry Cejudo did a video, and he said that your comeback will be the greatest comeback of all time. I'm assuming he knows what's going on with your life. Is that kind of what he means, like everything you went through to come back?
Absolutely, man. This fight for me is just I'm here to reaffirm to myself I'm still one of the baddest dudes in the world, and in turn, it's gonna let everybody else know, right? But here I'm here this weekend more as a reaffirmation. Is that the word? To myself that I'm still here amongst the best.
A couple of things unrelated to your fight. This past weekend, it was announced Endeavor bought the majority stake in the WWE, so now WWE and UFC is kind of a package deal right there. So what do you make of that partnership and Endeavor's new, what they did?
Listen here, brother. No, I'm kidding. No, I think it's cool. Hopefully, it's a good thing for the fighters. It's a good thing for the employees of the UFC. Hopefully, it's a good thing for the fighters. Hopefully, we see some mergers going on. Who knows? Maybe we see somebody like Conor merging over. Something like that.
You wouldn't want to put the mask on?
Put a luchador mask on? Why not? Get Kane and me in a tag team.
And the final one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event? Obviously, you spent 25 minutes fighting Israel, but he has a big rematch ahead.
Right. Yeah, I thought Adesanya was going to win that last, the fight that he had, and he almost did. Now that I think about it, though, it's hard to go against the data. It's hard to go against the history. I mean, the guy's got 4 victories over him, right? So it's hard to go against that. Three. So it's hard to go against all that data. So I'm thinking Alex wins again. Unless Adesanya chooses to switch his game plan and wrestle, I think this could be a different fight. And hopefully he uses that MMA experience to his advantage. He has more MMA experience than Alex. So hopefully he uses that to his advantage.
Kelvin, just curious, have you crossed paths with Adesanya over here? And if so, I don't know if you guys have exchanged any.
Just now, I saw him right now, and he said, "What's up? Good luck." And he didn't even know I was fighting tonight.
And I gotta ask, we're obviously in Miami. There's gonna be a huge Hispanic Latino presence, and obviously with your roots, do you feel like you're gonna be sort of the home, even though it's not your hometown? Do you feel like you're gonna be cheered for and be sort of the hometown guy in a way?
I hope so. Every time I've been in Miami, man, Miami has been amazing to me, and I've been here a few times. It's hurt my wallet a few times, but the people here are amazing, man. I love the diversity here. I love the culture here, the food, the beautiful women. I mean, it's just a beautiful city.
Yeah. And I spoke to you back in October at Fight Ready, and you were telling me how, a lot of things have changed for you. Like, people don't realize this, but you're making a comeback and you moved states, you changed teams. So I want to ask you, how different is this version of Kelvin Gastelum that we're going to see compared to the one that we saw a year plus ago?
Completely different, man. This has been a season of growth. Technically, mentally, spiritually, has been a season of growth. I've grown so much. Not only that, my last fight, I was 29 years old. I am 31 now. I'm putting on my big boy muscles now, and I feel good, man. I feel good. A lot has changed. Perspectives have changed. The way I view things changed. I think I am maturing.
You think?
I think.
And last one, obviously there's been a long layoff, right? Cancellations, injuries, and whatnot. But are you almost thankful that there's been this much time of break in order to, reconstruct, rebuild, and come back stronger?
It has been a little bit of a blessing in disguise. In no way, shape, or form is 2 canceled bouts a good thing. But it has been a little bit of a blessing in disguise, getting healed up, getting physically, mentally healed. As awesome as this job is, you get to a point where it does get monotonous, it does get repetitive, because that's what it is. We repeat, wash, and rinse is what we do in this game, and I think I got away from the things that I like, and I was just going through the motions and kind of got lost in all of that, you know, and it was good to get away from it for a year and a half and appreciate where I am, appreciate this company, and appreciate everything that comes with it, you know. And so yeah, it was short to shorten it out. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yes.
Hey, to expand a little bit about being in Miami and first time in 20 years, and I'm just curious, when something like that happens as a fighter, does that even put a little more emphasis to go out there and have a good show and want to get this thing back to South Florida whenever, or do you not think so much about that?
I think some people do. They want to go out there and they want to put on a good fight for the fans. Good fight here in Miami. There's going to be a lot of big name celebrities coming into town to check out these fights. So yeah, man, we want to put on a good show. We want to make a good impact. We want to come back soon.
And on the merger you mentioned, there have been crossovers we've seen with like Ronda Rousey, Brock Lesnar, Junior Dos Santos, even CM Punk coming over to your side to the MMA. And I'm just curious, too, does that element of it help as far as when this merger gets announced that, oh, well, there's been crossover already with the fighters, so now doing this, does it even, hey, maybe there's more opportunity for us to do other things?
Absolutely. This 100% sets that up, even more so. I think mergers would be a good thing. I mean, it would be good for the athletes that want to do that. Yeah, I think it's a good thing, man. I think it's a great thing.
Kelvin, over here to your left.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious your take, you know, in this fight, you opened up as an underdog, and now you're slight favorite. I'm just kind of curious, like, if you have a take on why you might have been the underdog, if you think you should have been the underdog.
I don't know. I like it when I'm the underdog. I feel like I fight better when I'm the underdog. I fight better when the pressure's on. I fight better when people don't expect me to win. And I think when people have expected me to win, I kind of take it for granted, and I'm like, you know. I think when people don't expect me to win, that's when I'm at my best.
Perfect. And then just kind of curious, you know, how you maybe see yourself winning this fight. Decision, putting them away. What's your take on that?
I have no idea. I have so many things planned for this fight. I have no idea how it's going to go. But I have a lot of cool things planned for this fight, and I'm excited.
Hey, Kelvin.
Rafa.
I'm gonna ask you in Portuguese, okay? Fala pouquinho pro pessoal do Brasil como que é essa tua luta de sábado, como que você tá, como foi seu treino.
Tô muito feliz de estar de volta. 1 ano e meio sem luta, 2 campamentos sem luta, então foi difícil, cara. Foi muito difícil de estar de volta para fazer todo o trabalho que tem que fazer para estar de volta fisicamente e mentalmente aqui. Foi muito difícil, mas agora estou no outro lado disso e estou em um lugar mentalmente e fisicamente muito bem. Muito preparado para a luta. Estou feliz de estar aqui.
Just a standard question of how he's feeling, telling to the Brazilian crowd how you're feeling. Such a year and a half, 2 camps, all the work that I had to put in to actually to be back here, and so happy to be on the other side of this right now. Very happy and very prepared to go forward.
Thank you.
E fala pouquinho do que você acha da luta do Alex com o Adesanya.
Eu pensei que Adesanya ia ganhar a luta que teve, né? Mas Alex, né? Ele é bom, cara, monstro. E eu pensava que Adesanya ia ganhar só por a experiência na MMA, né? Alex não tem muitas lutas no MMA, então eu pensava que a experiência de MMA favoriza Adesanya. Então, nesta luta, se não mudou do seu jogo, eu acho que vai ser a mesma resultado.
I really thought that in the main event, the last time, that Adesanya was going to get it, especially because of I thought that the advantage of the MMA experience would actually be to his advantage. But as it turns out, Alex is Alex. He's a monster. He's a big guy. He can do things. But I do feel that if Adesanya has not changed anything in his game plan, I'm going to see the same result this Saturday.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Well, Alex, your first fight week as UFC champion, I guess just talk us how it's feeling. Is it any different being the reigning title holder?
Pô, Alex, a sua primeira semana da luta como UFC, campeão do UFC, né? Fala pra gente aí se tá sentindo alguma coisa de novidade essa semana, como é que tá se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo muito bem, bem preparado, treinei muito, né, para essa luta, uma luta muito importante. Diferente assim, né, uma foi a conquista do cinturão e agora a primeira defesa, então estou muito bem, estou muito empolgado, sempre pé no chão, treinei muito bem para essa luta.
Well, I'm feeling very good, I trained very hard for this fight, feeling well prepared. You know, different between this one, the last one. Last one, I was looking to be a champ. Now I'm here as a champ. But I trained very well for this fight.
Pretty quick turnaround and an instant rematch. Obviously, we understand why Israel would want this fight and want it immediately. Why did it appeal to you to have this fight again right away?
Bom, uma reviravolta rápida, né? E o Adesanya já quis a revanche imediata. O que significa para você já ter essa luta logo de cara?
Foi como eu falei, ele era um campeão dominante e tinha todo o merecimento aí de escolher o que ele quer fazer, se fazer mais uma ou duas lutas antes de fazer uma revanche, mas ele falou que queria lutar rápido e aí eu falei que não ia atrapalhar o caminho dele e foi o que eu fiz e agora a gente vai lutar novamente.
Well, that's what I said before, you know what I mean? He was a dominant champion, maybe could have done 2 or 3 before that, but he wanted to do right away. I say no problem.
How do you feel about your performance in the last fight, right? I mean, he was winning the majority of the rounds until you were able to score the knockout. So when you look at the last fight, are you satisfied with how the fight went, given the result, or were you frustrated with it?
Falando sobre a última luta, né? Ele estava ganhando a maioria dos rounds. E na sua opinião aí, como é que você acha que essa luta foi? Você estava satisfeito com o seu desempenho na última luta até antes do nocaute?
Não, com certeza foi uma luta que estava tudo dentro da estratégia, da forma que foi. As únicas coisas que eu acho que saiu fora ali foi aqueles golpes no fim do primeiro round, mas muitas pessoas vê que, tipo assim, se não nocautear, vai perder por pontos, mas não era bem assim. Eu consigo enxergar de outra forma. Se o Adesanya enxerga dessa mesma forma que todo mundo está falando, ok, mas eu enxergo que eu estava bem no round, poderiam dar o primeiro round para mim sem eu receber, antes de receber aquelas 2 porradas, né? Então ele garantiu o round ali. Então foi um round que poderia ter sido meu se não acontecesse aqueles 2 golpes. Segundo round, claramente meu. Terceiro round ali estava machucando ele, eu estava crescendo na luta. Esse é meu estilo de luta. Eu estava crescendo na luta e aonde ele segurou minha perna e ele não me derrubou. A gente bolou e caiu no chão. E aí ele levou mais aquele round. Então, se ele acredita que pode me vencer por pontos, ok. Eu também posso. Eu acredito.
Well, he was having the advantage on the last fight, but people see sometimes like he dominated me, and maybe if Israel want to see that way, it's up to them. I see a little bit different because it was more details. I was winning the first round before I took those 2 shots. If you look at round 2, I clearly won. Round 3, I was growing into the fight, having the advantage, and he not even took me down. It was a scramble. So on his head, if he wants to believe that he can beat me by decision and on the points, okay, but I believe I can do too.
Last thing for me, I mean, you went here. When you came to the UFC, you said, I'm going to beat Israel Adesanya, I'm going to be champion. Once you do that twice, what next? I mean, do you want to stay and defend this belt multiple times? Do you want to go to 205 pounds? Like, what would be the next goal for you?
Bom, você chegou no UFC, falou que queria ganhar do Adesanya, queria chegar ali, chegou. Agora ganhando 2 vezes dele. O que seria o próximo para você? Tá defendendo o seu cinturão do peso médio, subir para a categoria de 205 libras, né? O meio pesado. O que tem na sua cabeça?
Muitas pessoas vêm falando do meu peso. Claro, eu sou um cara pesado, sou um cara grande, mas todo o trabalho foi feito, né, dentro dessa categoria, mesmo antes no kickbox já era 1 quilo a mais, mas a gente sabe que isso se torna 1 quilo aí dá muita diferença, mas cara, eu quero fazer história nessa categoria, né? Eu já falei isso aqui várias vezes. Se for para subir de peso, o meu corpo vai me avisar, mas eu estou me sentindo muito bem agora.
Well, People say that I'm big, that I'm too heavy for this division, but I used to make weight on kickboxing that was 1 kilo, about 2 pounds more than I do now. I always did without a problem. Right now I'm focused on making history and reigning as a champion in this division. Later on the road, my body's gonna tell me when it's time to move up, and I'm gonna weigh on that.
Alex, over here. There are obviously a lot of other middleweights like Hamzat, Robert Whittaker, and Paulo. They all have their eyes on you too. A lot of them if you win, it opens up a lot more potential fights for them. I'm curious if you've noticed any of these other guys, middleweights, like targeting you and saying that they have the tools to beat you, or you solely focus on Israel on Saturday.
Bom, temos caras aí como o Whittaker, o Borrachinha, o Shimaev, né, falando aí, todo mundo de olho em você, falando que consegue ganhar de você. Você tem alguma opinião sobre os três? Tá pensando em algum dos três depois? Ou, por enquanto, hoje, nessa semana da luta, tá focado no Adesanya?
Não estou pensando em ninguém específico, sinceramente. Quem o UFC colocar, depois dessa próxima luta, eu vou estar disposto, vou estar bem preparado. Né? E, falando no Borrachinha, falando no Whittaker, é uns caras que eu respeito, né? Eu não vejo eles falando assim mal de mim, querendo se promover. Shimaev, um cara que correu de todo mundo aí, depois falou que eu corri dele, eu chamei ele para lutar na categoria de cima, porque ele me chamou, semanas depois, para lutar, sei lá, meses depois, mas muito pouco tempo, entendeu? Nessa minha categoria, é uma coisa que era impossível, porque eu estava machucado e muito difícil descer de peso também, né? Tão rápido assim, eu sou profissional, eu tenho que fazer um trabalho bem feito. Não tô perdido que nem ele, do jeito que ele está. Então, Shimaev, não vou nem falar de Shimaev. Ok, Borrachinha, o Whittaker, eu não posso escolher, eu tenho que lutar.
Well, this week I'm obviously focused on Israel, but talk about Whittaker and Paulo Costa. I know they want to fight me. They were never disrespectful. They always kept the composure. But when you talk about Shimaev, he's a kind of guy that seems to be a little lost, talks too much. Right after my last fight, he said that he wanted to fight me, you know what I mean, on this weight class. He was right after the fight, everybody's injured, I could not make that weight. So I challenged him to fight at 205 pounds, ran. So to be honest, if it's Whittaker or Paulo Costa, if the organization wants to put us to fight, it's my job to fight as the UFC champion, but I don't even want to talk about Shimaev.
And then final one for me, why do you have a giant Pikachu on your back?
Bom, por que você tem Pikachu gigante aí nas suas costas, na sua jaqueta?
Eu acabei de ganhar e gostei. Acabei de ganhar agora, 10 minutos antes de vir para cá. E aí, eu falei, combinou com a calça. Eu falei, bora, legal.
Well, honestly, somebody just gifted this to me, just got me this 10 minutes ago. I think it's cool, I just put on, it matches my pants.
Nada combinado, de verdade. Nada combinado. 10 minutos eu ganhei essa roupa aqui. Gostei de verdade e tô com ela aqui.
Nothing set up. Rio just got this 10 minutes ago. I think it matches my pants, matches my shirts. So I put on.
I think Israel would like that jacket too.
Ele falou, acho que Israel ia gostar dessa jaqueta também.
Mas é minha, né?
Yeah, but it's mine.
Alex, this might be a strange question, but considering you've beaten Israel 3 times, do you think he's a good fighter? Do you think he's an elite level fighter, or do you think that maybe he's considered overrated compared to you?
Bom, falando um pouquinho mais do Israel, você acha que ele é um grande lutador, um lutador sólido, ou você acha que o pessoal está falando acima do nível dele, assim, não subestimando, mas ele não é tudo isso que o pessoal fala?
Não, com certeza. É um cara diferenciado, é um cara especial. Não é à toa que ele está onde ele está, né? Conquistou tudo que ele conquistou, com certeza, né? Ele é um cara diferenciado. Se as pessoas estão falando isso, elas estão certas.
Well, if people, overrate him, I don't know, because, he is a real guy. He's a special and different guy on his game. Props to him.
He was here earlier and he said he considers this to be the best rival in MMA history. Do you see this as a rivalry?
Bom, pessoas falam que essa talvez seria a maior rivalidade da história do MMA. Você vê isso como uma rivalidade?
Não, eu acho que não. Cara, sinceramente, eu não tenho raiva do Adesanya. Eu só estou fazendo o meu trabalho. Eu nocauteei ele. Se eu for mostrar algo para promover, eu vou mostrar o nocaute. Por que as pessoas não fazem isso? Porque eles não tem como. Não nocauteou ele, então não vai mostrar como. Eu posso mostrar isso, então eu mostro. Quando o Adesanya está por cima da parada, ele faz isso e de uma forma muito pior. Eu estou fazendo tranquilo.
No, not angry at him, no big rivalry on my side. I'm just, posting stuff, just showing, for an example, that I beat him, that I knock him out. It's a real story. Guys try to do that, but they can't because they did not knock him out. I did, so just showing the real story.
You mentioned about posting things on social media. There's actually a video of you reacting to one of his reaction videos, and he had a stuffed Pikachu, and you seem to not like that very much. I'm curious what was wrong with his Pikachu.
Bom, e até passou, parte disso aí até passou, né, aquele vídeo dele assistindo a luta, e você, na reação que você teve quando você viu, né, o Pikachu dele no vídeo, né, e falou assim, o que você acha que tem de errado naquele Pikachu, né,
é uma forma de provocar, porque é uma coisa que ele gosta, né, então a gente vai ter que cutucar ali. Ele fica muito bravo com isso, fica muito nervoso, mas aí eu vejo ele desestabilizando, entendeu? Isso para mim é muito bom, eu uso isso ao meu favor. Eu só levantei a mão e fiz isso aqui, hoje estou aqui com a jaqueta, só falar de mim também.
Well, there's a way for me to get on his mind, you know what I mean, to mess with him, because I know he likes that. He likes the Pikachu, so took a little personal. But for me, it doesn't matter. You see, I just went and I put my hand up on that video, and then he took all personal. See, today I'm wearing a Pikachu jacket.
So there's no issue with Pikachu. We can be.
Você não tem problema nenhum com o Pikachu?
Não, de jeito nenhum.
Absolutely not.
Alex, over here. A lot of people have suggested that you have his number. It's a term in English used that saying that no matter what happens, you're always going to beat him. You are 3-0 in 2 different sports. Do you feel like that's the case? Do you feel like you have his number, no matter what happens, you're going to always defeat Israel Adesanya when you two get matched up?
Bom, existe uma expressão no inglês que se fala, né, que você tem o número dele, né, quando você já tem a fórmula, né, a manha de ganhar dele. Do fato de você estar 3-0 em cima dele, você acha que você tem o número dele?
O número dele, não sei qual que é essa expressão, mas eu sei ganhar dele. Meu jogo é muito bom para o jogo dele. Eu vejo ali, eu faço coisas que ninguém fez. Talvez tentaram, mas ele é um cara muito esperto e é um cara muito, muito inteligente. Mas eu consegui fazer isso. Então eu sei lutar com ele e eu sei como ganhar dele.
Well, I don't know about the expression, but I do know how to beat him. I do know how he fights. I do know how he works. So I do know how to beat him.
Yeah.
Tem que falar da expressão porque fala assim, tem o número da Adesanya, daqui a pouco os repórteres vão falar assim, Alex Pereira troca o número com a Adesanya e está ligando para ele.
You gotta be careful with that expression in Brazil because soon it's gonna be on the news. Alex Pereira trade numbers or Adesanya is calling him now.
And I want to ask you, if you beat him on Saturday, do you feel like that's the last you hear of him? Do you feel like now Adesanya becomes history?
Você ganhando do Adesanya sábado, você acha que é a última vez que você vai ouvir dele? Assim como você acha que o Adesanya vai virar história?
Eu acho agora, ganhando a última vez dele, eu acho que eu não encontro ele nunca mais.
I believe that me beating him this Saturday, I will never face him again.
Yeah. And some people online have pointed out and have suggested at the idea that his energy in the first fight was a little off, that maybe he was nervous compared to previous title defenses, previous opponents. Wondering, from your position, during fight week, when you cross paths with him, press conference, face-offs, all that, did you ever pick up anything on him as far as energy is concerned throughout that told you that you were going to beat him the last time you guys fought?
Bom, muitas pessoas acreditam que naquela luta a energia dele estava meio off, né? Comparado com outras lutas, ele não parece que não estava com energia em dia, né? Você naquela semana da luta, vendo ele cruzando, né, com ele no caminho, você acha que estava meio desestabilizado?
A luta é isso, né? Ele enfrentou pessoas que não eram que nem eu, né? Então, às vezes isso já aconteceu várias vezes, de, pô, aquele cara bom que vai lutar com o Alex e tal, aí fala, pô, hoje ele não estava no dia dele. Pô, eu fiz ele não estar no dia dele.
Well, fights like that, many people gonna say that the guy is very good, but he was not on a good day when he fought Alex. No. Alex say, he made him fight like that. He made him the energy.
Naquele mesmo dia, do jeito que ele estava ali, se ele luta com outra pessoa, ele estaria no dia dele.
On that specific same day, if he had fought anybody else, he was going to be on his best day. But Alex made him not be.
And lastly, you're not fighting in Brazil, but South Florida, Miami, tons of Brazilians here. Do you feel at home here, and do you feel like you'll sort of be a hometown fighter, even though, this is obviously not where you live?
Bom, você não está no Brasil, mas você está aqui em Miami, né, no sul da Flórida, cheio de brasileiro aqui. Isso você te faz sentir um pouco mais em casa de estar aqui?
Não, com certeza, né? Muitos brasileiros. Sem contar o clima, né? Eu acho que foi o melhor lugar, né, para mim fazer minha primeira defesa. Eu vejo esse clima muito quente, assim como no Brasil. Então, é o melhor lugar para mim.
No, absolutely. All the Brazilians here, and plus not only that, the weather too. It's the best place for me to have made my first title defense. It feels like Brazil for me.
Thank you.
Alex over here. What do you think it is that allows you to be Izzy's kryptonite? You beat him every time.
O que você acha qual o segredo que faz você ser a kryptonita do Israel? Kryptonita é...
Bom, muito treino, né? Treinando muito, todo dia tentando aprender algo novo e é o que eu estou fazendo. Insistente, persistência, é isso.
No, training hard, training a lot, learning new things, being persistent, insisting. That's my secret.
Despite beating Izzy now 3 times in 2 different sports, you're still the betting underdog. What do you think about that, and do you think it's disrespectful?
Bom, mesmo depois de ganhar dele 3 vezes, você ainda é o azarão nas apostas. O que você diz isso? Você acha um desrespeito com você?
Não, eu gosto disso. Eu gosto disso, isso me motiva mais. E o que as pessoas pensam, isso para mim não vai mudar. É óbvio que eu quero sempre uma torcida, né, ao meu favor, mas se as pessoas não vão torcer por mim, o que eu posso fazer? Ir lá e lutar e mostrar algo diferente.
No, absolutely not. This actually motivates me. I like that, you know what I mean? If people think the other way around, this just motivates me to go there and prove them wrong.
Alex, recently it was discovered that an interview with Adesanya with Sporting News Australia motivated you to take an interest in UFC and himself. Already 2-0 against him, why did you make the jump? Like, can you just go further, deeper into that, why that motivated you just to face him down the line and dominate him again?
Bom, teve uma entrevista dele na Austrália, né, que você disse que te motivou, né? Você estando 2-0 já em cima dele. Você pode dizer pra gente o que motivou você a vir até chegar a lutar com ele?
Muitas coisas me motivaram, né? Uma que eu acho que eu fiz muitas coisas no kickboxing, ou pelo kickboxing. Cheguei no mais alto nível ali, acho que no meu limite. E eu sabia que eu poderia ir para outra modalidade, treinar MMA, né? E, me tornar campeão, assim como eu fiz, porque eu sou um cara muito dedicado, né? E aquilo que eu falei agora, eu tô sempre aprendendo e gosto demais de treinar e de lutar.
Well, many things motivate me, and also the fact that I was very successful in my kickboxing career, and I want to try new things. I knew I had a good potential for MMA, so I just worked very hard and knew I could get here.
Alex, over here. UFC and WWE announced a merger, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that, or even maybe someday trying WWE.
Bom, agora com o UFC e o WWE junto, o que você tem a pensar? Você tem na cabeça de um dia tentar lutar no WWE?
Não. Eu, sinceramente, eu acho que o tempo que eu tenho, né, dentro da arte marcial, eu acho que é dentro do UFC. Eu não me vejo indo para outro lugar. Mas eu acho muito interessante, né, é uma parceria, não, comprou...
uma fusão, né?
Comprou partes, não, comprou, porque eu acho que isso já é pensando no futuro da Adesanya, talvez, não sei.
Well, the time that I have left as a martial artist, I just I don't see myself competing anywhere but the UFC, but I think they merged the companies now, so I think that was actually already think about Adesanya's future.
Alex, back here. Beyond Saturday night, in case you successfully defend your title against Adesanya, what would your next goal be? I mean, would you consider maybe staying in the 185 division, defend your belt against other middleweight fighters, maybe move up a weight class, try to become double champ, or you're just open to any possibility?
Bom, passando, né, sendo bem sucedido no sábado, qual você acha que seria o seu próximo passo aí? Subir de categoria, talvez defender o seu cinturão nessa divisão? O que você acha que tem pela frente?
Eu quero lutar, não importa. Lógico, se eu estiver bem, né, não importa. Depois que eu estiver bem, não importa quando, aonde, com quem. Isso eu vou falar aqui, mas isso não é eu que decido. Então, sou um funcionário e eu estou aqui para servir a empresa. Então, o que eles acharem que eu tenho que fazer, eu vou fazer.
Well, I like to fight, so as long as I feel good, it doesn't matter who or where. But, I'm an employee of the UFC, so whatever the company wants to do, I'm ready for it.
Sorry. Hey, Alex. So teaming up with legends like Chuck Liddell and Glover Teixeira, your coach, is a really special opportunity. I'm just curious, what kind of extra motivation have you pulled from training with these two, and will it make the difference on Saturday night?
Bom, e tá aí fazendo sua parceria com o Chuck Liddell, e o Glover, né, como coach. O quanto que isso te motiva aí para chegar e representar no sábado à noite?
Me motiva muito. Os treinos ali que a gente já estava fazendo. Chegou o Chuck Liddell, né? Ficou uma semana com a gente, né? Aquilo que eu falei para vocês, eu sou um cara que aprendo muito rápido, sou muito dedicado. Aprendi muitas coisas nessa semana com o Chuck Liddell, um cara que tem uma história incrível aí, né? Dentro da organização também. Para mim foi um sucesso e vai ser muito bom.
No, it motivates me a lot. I keep saying to everybody, I'm a very fast learner. So having Chuck on the camp with us, I was able to learn many new things, and I would like to implement them on Saturday.
Potan, aqui no fundo. Eu tenho três perguntas. Por que você acha que o Adesanya quis fazer essa luta tão rápido?
Bom, vou dar um exemplo aqui. Quando eu era moleque, eu aprontava, brigava na rua, né? E aí minha mãe falava, vou contar pro seu pai. Meu pai bravo, né? Chegar em casa me dava uma chinelada. E aí eu ficava ali com medo e não via a hora de meu pai chegar para me dar aquela chinelada já e ficar tudo certo. Eu acho que é isso. O Adesanya está vindo, não sei se ele acredita realmente ou não acredita. Ele sabe o quanto eu sou difícil, né? E eu não sou um cara que vou tomar uma, duas porradas ali, sabe? Ele vai ter que me nocautear, vai ter que me finalizar, vai ter que fazer qualquer coisa, né? Para ganhar de mim. Ele sabe que eu não vou desistir fácil e não vou desistir. Então é isso. Ele quer se livrar da responsabilidade, assim como eu queria fazer quando eu era moleque.
O coach dele falou numa entrevista, acho que foi no MMA Fighting, que ele não queria que ele tivesse...
O Prino pode traduzir aqui?
Desculpa.
Well, the question was, why does he think that Israel wanted to fight him so fast? And Alex basically said it was kind of taking the weight off his shoulder, just like Alex mentioned, when Alex would do something wrong growing up, he'll go home and just couldn't wait for his dad to come home, so he take, that whooping very fast and get it out of the way. So somehow he thinks that Israel just wants to get it done with this, or winning, lose or draw, he just can move on his life without having Alex on his shoulder.
E um dos coaches dele falou que não queria que ele tivesse aceitado essa luta tão cedo assim. Se você tivesse no lugar ali e pudesse dar um conselho, que conselho que você dava?
Não, com certeza se ele fosse, né, na minha equipe, eu ia falar, cara, não faz essa luta agora, né? Porque é um cara que tá vindo numa carreira aí brilhante, mas ele tá vendo que lutando comigo não tem sucesso. Então, com certeza eu aconselharia ele a não fazer essa luta agora, fazer uma, duas lutas para depois para voltar e tentar fazer essa luta, né? Então, assim, eu acho que ele é o cara que comanda, né? É um cara que vai falar, não, eu quero isso e acabou. É o cara que dá a palavra, não sei. Diferente, né? Eu, o Glover, a minha equipe, a gente conversa, né? E é isso, cara. Você tem que direcionar o seu atleta, porque se você chegar pro cara e falar assim, pô, você luta com aquele cara, lutador de verdade, ele vai falar assim, eu luto com esse cara, mas às vezes não é uma luta boa para ele no momento, né? Então tem que ter pessoas, é por isso que tem que ter uma equipe, né? Onde todo mundo se entende, esquecer o ego, né? Esquecer um pouquinho o ego, deixar de lado e para as coisas começar a dar certo, né? Então, eu, o Glover, a gente conversa muito, né? O Glover me orienta muito, é um cara que tem uma grande experiência e com certeza eu escuto ele. Então, eu acho que o Adesanya não escutou. Eu tenho certeza que muitas pessoas falaram para ele não fazer, pessoas importantes, mas a palavra é a dele, é aquele ego que ele tem, né? Como lutador. Mas ok, vamos lá.
Well, the question was, one of Israel's coaches made a comment saying that he told Izzy to not take the fight right away, that he thought was a good idea, that he should wait a little longer. So he asked if Alex was on one of Izzy's coach's shoes, what advice would he give to Izzy? And Alex he say, you know what I mean? He would tell him to do 2-3 fights because it comes down to one thing. Israel is the final word, seems to be on that camp. On our camp is a little different. You know what I mean? He will talk to Glover. Glover, you know what I mean, has a team. Everybody will make a decision because a real fighter, he'll fight anybody. If you just tell to any fighter, say you want to fight such and such guy, he's going to say yes right away. But it's the job from the team to say no, to say, look, take some time, fight once, twice, 3 times, then you try it again, get a little more experience. But he will say that he's got to put his ego aside a little bit and humble himself up a little more, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It seemed that he was the final word there. So, is it?
E a minha última pergunta é, os seus 2 últimos camps, o Glovão estava lutando, treinando, estava na disputa de cinturão, defendendo o cinturão. Como que é ter essa mente dele agora 100% dedicada para o teu camp e como foi o camp para essa luta?
Sinceramente, para mim, eu não vi diferença nenhuma. Porque é sempre bom, né? Quando fala diferença nenhuma, sempre bom. Um cara que está treinando todos os dias com a gente, eu olho para ele e eu falo assim, pô, quando que vai ser a luta? Sabe? Pô, treina direto.
Well, he asked the previous 2 camps, he had Glover still fighting. So what is the difference now that he have Glover has a full-time coach helping on the camp? And Alex say, in a good way, he don't see no difference. Glover's every day on the mats with him, every day training. Sometimes Alex still look at him and think, when is he going to fight again?
Obrigado, Potan. Vamos com tudo.
Kevin, I know last year didn't necessarily end up exactly the way you wanted it to, results-wise. Was there any thought of taking some time away, or
No, not whatsoever.
What I mean, when you have those big opportunities, those big names, those you're not going to win every fight. That's the sport, right? But was it difficult to process? I mean, kind of those setbacks at all?
What setbacks? A broken hand and getting raped by Chimaev? I don't think I care about either one of those. Thank you.
All right, well, you got this one coming up. Have we got the weight nailed down yet? Have you run into Santiago, see if he's up for...
It's 170 pounds, but, closed mouth don't get fed. I was looking at some good food down the street, and I was like, fuck, that shit smells good. So figured I'd give it a shot. Shot didn't work, so fuck it, keep cutting weight.
I know when everybody saw it, they were like, oh, I mean, is welterweight difficult for you at this point, or was it just having a little fun?
Welterweight's not difficult, not at all. I eat snacks the whole way leading up to fight week and shit like that. Probably can go a little lighter if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to. You know what I mean? I honestly, preferably, I like 85. You know what I mean? Who the fuck wants to cut weight? You know what I mean? I want to smoke some weed and chill. That's just me, But to each his own, right?
So why do you keep taking these 170 fights then?
I took 170 fight. They realized I could make the weight class, and now I'm locked in at 170. I guess I can't go back up, so be careful what you ask for.
I'm talking about Santiago as an opponent. Obviously, the guy's been around for a long time, top contender for a long time. What do you think he presents to you?
He's a real tough guy, but that's kind of where it is. Tough guy, pretty good record. You look at his early fights before he got to the UFC. It was a lot of guys who were like 0-1, 3-2, 3-3. It's like just one of those things where some people do it. I think it's really smart for coaches to do it for fighters. I really think it's smart for organizations to build fighters up so they can make it to the big show and make a good check. But me personally, it's not the way I get down. So props to the guy. Kudos to him. Tough guy. Morano was touching him up. I look to do the same.
This would be a big win for you, right? I mean, I know you had
No, not really. Nah, Wonder Boy or Chimaev would have been a big win. Brunson or Vittori probably would have been a big win. They've been in the top 15 for how long? All these other wins are just good paychecks in the bank, you know what I mean? And don't get me twisted, I love the paycheck in the fucking bank.
Well, I guess that's interesting, because that's what I was going to ask you. Is like, knowing your popularity, I think you can fight anybody in the division and people will tune in. So do you care about like rankings and making a charge to the top, or does that even matter to you?
Nah, it doesn't really matter. I guess it mattered for a while. I'm 30 now, so it's like really like what's whatever, you know what I mean? It'd be nice to get ranked at 170, see how far I can get, and then go back to 85. But, in this world that we're living in, I'll take whatever they give me, and whatever they give me is good enough because there's a whole lot of zeros going in my banking account, so it's kind of hard to complain.
Nice. Last thing for me, I guess I kind of want to ask you what your goals were for this year. I know you like fighting frequently. I mean, is there a number of opponents, or what's the goals this year?
3 to 4 wins this year, and I don't really care about the rankings and stuff like that, but it'd be nice to have a number next to my name so that when people ask, like, I can be like, oh yeah, I'm like 15 or some shit like that. You know what I mean? It's just pretty cool to say. Yeah.
Kevin, right here. You said just right now that you don't really care about like rankings, title runs, and everything, but you did in the past. Was there a moment that it just kind of flipped?
When did I in the past? Because you guys heard me say I took some shrooms and that's what the shroom said. I just told you what the shroom said. I never told you what the fuck I wanted. I like old school cars and big booty women. That's what I like, bro. Excuse my language for any women that's in here.
And obviously, before your last fight against Wonder Boy, you guys kind of had this gentleman's agreement about no takedowns, and that was kind of. Have you talked to Santiago about that at all? Or do you even care about that?
Man, I hit Santiago up about food. The boy didn't hit me back, so obviously the conversation's not there. You know what I mean? That's like.
Well, we asked him if he would even be interested in that, and he said, "I don't care. I'm just going to punch him in the face." So, is that like the kind of attitude you like from your opponent?
I mean, nah, that's kind of rude, bro. I never said nothing like that about him. I mean, I don't care what he wants either, but if he didn't care, he would have responded to, yeah, let's eat some fucking food. And if the only thing he was worried about punching me in the face, then he would have said, yeah, let's eat some food. He's probably hoping that I'm really going to miss weight because I'm an X185er, and he's probably hoping that that's the way it goes, and he's probably hoping that that's the way he gets out of the fight, and he's probably hoping that he can get somebody like Chiesa to come in here last second and fight him. Because it's probably like, it's probably a more dangerous fight because it's his ground game, but at the same time, it's like not dangerous because you don't have to worry about him cracking you in the face and breaking nothing, right? So it's whatever. Ponzinibbio, it sounds good. People say a lot of shit for the mic. Me, I just tell you how the fuck I feel.
When Chiesa lost his opponent, did you look at possible?
Yeah, I asked for it. Dana said he liked it. UFC, I think they said they liked it. Chiesa, seems like Chiesa ain't trying to fight no Kevins no time soon. So between me and Kevin Lee, he said, fuck all them Kevins.
Why specifically did you want to fight Chiesa? Was it just a bigger name?
He looked at me one time kind of funny, so I was like, yeah, I'd like to beat his ass. I've been like that for a minute. Not going to get the opportunity to beat his ass, obviously. He told me I had to win a couple fights before we could fight. I've been losing those fights, so props to Chiesa.
Sure. And then this past weekend's news came out that Endeavor bought the majority stake in the WWE, so now kind of a package deal with the UFC. So what did you make of that news and everything?
Bro, that has nothing to do with me whatsoever. Props to Dana White and all those guys out there doing big business moves. But me personally, I'm just worried about punching Santiago and eating a fat-ass plate of food.
And last one for me. What do you think of the main event between Israel and Alex, the rematch?
Same. I was watching this interview where Pereira was talking about he lost to this guy 3 times as an amateur. Whitaker realizes that he probably won't beat Izzy. And, it's like Izzy talked all that shit about Marvin Vettori being all delusional about always thinking that he could beat him. Well, he's kind of delusional thinking that he could beat Alex. So it's just kind of like one of those things where they're all just fucking delusional thinking they could beat each other. Me personally, I'm just like, shit, y'all have fun. You know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, to answer your question, I got Alex winning. And I got, for the co-main event, I got Burns beating Masvidal. But we all know I don't like Masvidal, so fuck it. That's a wrap?
No, I got a question for you over here, Kevin. I'm curious, Santiago, as most of the time in his UFC career been the betting favorite, and you have now positioned yourself to make him the biggest underdog he's ever going to be in the UFC. I'm just kind of curious if you make anything of the betting odds on this fight.
Nah, we're not allowed to bet on each other, or bet on the fights. So at the end of the day, I don't care about betting odds, you know what I mean? But if my bookie's going to cut me a check, I'll do a promo right here. But I haven't heard nothing about a check, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Sounds good. And then I know you said you don't care anything about the betting, but you've been a fan favorite, a people's favorite, and for a while on your come up, I think you had that one year you won 4 or 5 fights in a row, and the odds makers at least gave us a good price on you. I'm kind of curious, what you think about the fan support and everybody always betting on you.
The fans betting, when you guys tell me you're betting, I usually block you, so don't tell me that. But the fans supporting, I mean, shit, it feels like family at this point in time. Some of them are like really, really close. You know what I mean? I've grabbed some relationship with like Brawler Bible, MMA Theory. I'm starting to talk to that guy a little bit more. And just some of those other people that are out there. I've gotten some real cool people off of this game. But some of the fans, they're just there for the hot moment, whether it's a funny meme or it's a cool story. It's whatever. You know what I mean? I have a good time with them all. And most of the time, I have a fucking great time. Like I said, guys like Brawler became like family, so I'd like to keep that going, keep meeting cool people in this game. That'd be pretty dope.
Over here. Thank you. Just curious, the fight's in Miami. It's the first time in 20 years UFC's back in Miami. What do you think about that? And then just trying to get everybody up for this big fight and the big show here.
I really don't know, bro. It's my first time in Miami ever, so it's pretty cool. It's different. It's definitely different. I fought in Jacksonville, I fought in Florida and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. So it's always nice to be back out this way. The weather's always good. The people always seem to be pretty cool. The homeless people out here are a little different than the homeless people back at home. But shit, props to them, bro. They got a different type of energy. And to be honest with you, I kind of fucks with it, bro. It's like they're not asking me for anything, but they're cracking hella jokes. So I like it.
And then you were talking about fan support earlier, and I'm just curious because he's got American Top Team here, a lot of Hispanics here,
Yeah, bro, I think, you know what? It's like, I've been with plenty of Mexican women, bro. I'm part Mexican, too. Ayayita! You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Bro, just don't play with me now. Don't play with me. They know how I get down. I love carne asada fries. Don't even play.
And after the big fight, last question, what are you planning to eat then?
When I get back to California, I'm going to eat them carne asada fries because it's hard to find them anywhere else. But right after the fight, my family's having a barbecue on Sunday for Easter. So go home, spend some time with the kid, and, just enjoy the fam. And whoop my stepdad's ass in dominoes. You know how I do. Break that back.
Kevin, I got another question for you. You were mentioning that you'd seen some food that you liked, and I'll say I'm not worried about a weight cut this week. Where were you seeing some good food?
When you go out of the hotel lobby, you make a right, and you just keep walking down the street. A lot of that shit was just smelling good right there on the right side. And I remind you, I could be cutting weight so it could smell better than what it smells, but shit, got my nose flared up, so fuck it. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it.
Hey, Kevin, right here. What's the relationship like between you and Jamal Hill and Terrence McKinney? Because I saw them at your last fight against Wonderboy Thompson, and they were going crazy for you in the crowd. So is that like, are you guys basically like brothers?
Yeah, Terrence just moved out to Texas, so he just got his own place. He just got him a car and stuff like that, so that's pretty cool. Really proud of Terrence. He's making a lot of good moves right now. As far as just trying to take his career very serious and make the proper adjustments and stuff. And I'm not saying I'm the proper adjustment, but hell, he's definitely a proper adjustment for me. He has good wrestling. And then Jamal, Jamal's the big dog. You know what I mean? He's on top of the road right now, and it's fucking dope as hell having him come around sometimes. So we're the blunt bros. Put us together, it's gonna be some blunts in the room. Other than that, can't tell you too much. It's all a secret.
And I know you're a big sneaker guy. What have you added to the collection recently?
I got those black Travis Scotts, and I ordered, what Jordans are those? With the little green thing on the side, top. They remind me of the ones I had when I was a kid. I did like Sixers or some shit like that. So I got those. I really haven't been buying that many shoes lately. I've been working on my old schools. My Caprice is almost finished. 86 Caprice almost finished. 96 Impala, I'm getting that done. And the 86 Monte Carlo. I'm just worried about the cars right now, bro. Just trying to get the cars right. Just bought some new rims and shit like that. Redoing the gears in the back, changing out the engines. It's looking good.
Kevin, I don't know if this has been asked yet, but what'd you make of Leon Edwards' win over Kamaru Usman?
I called it. You know what I mean? I was out there with Grunk and stuff when he won the first time, which was pretty cool. Shout out to the Grunk family. And then this time I was at home watching it, and no, I was actually at the gym watching it. I just purchased my own little gym, so we were at the gym watching it, and they were. Put it this way, Terrence gave me $100 after that fight, so I was happy. You know what I mean? That's all that matters.
And I got to ask you, it seems that Colby Covington is next. That's what everything indicates. What are your thoughts on that?
The boss said he's next, so he's next. It'd be pretty cool to see a Burns or, some of these other guys who probably a little bit more deserving of it get it. But, shit, Colby's getting it. I'm pretty sure it makes good numbers for pay-per-view and shit like that. And, honestly, I would love to see Leon win because nobody really likes Colby, but Colby probably gets the fucking job done, unfortunately. Just a different type of fighter, even though he has the same, pressure and the strike is not as good. But I just think that he's going to wrestle harder than Usman did and, probably get the job done, unfortunately. Yeah. That being said, fuck Colby Covington. Everybody agrees, so, yeah.
You don't like him?
Don't like what?
Colby.
Bro, you don't like Colby. Why would I like Colby? Fuck. It doesn't make any sense, bro. Anybody in here really actually like Colby? Like the character that Colby plays? No. All right. Colby's probably a good guy, but the character that he plays is pretty dumb, so makes it kind of awkward,
Have you ever met him at an event or anything?
I talked to him once on the phone, and then that one time Chimaev made that joke about me being the help and stuff. He was actually at the event, and I met him there. So we've been on the same card a couple times, but never really met the guy. Every time I see the guy, he has 5 security guards around him, and then he's quiet as fuck, and then he gets in front of the camera and he goes ape shit. So props to Colby. He knows how to make his money. Props to him. Knows how to get title fights, too.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Raul, I'm sure you're getting used to all the attention and all the discussion and all those things at this point in your career, but how much has your life changed since your last victory?
Not much. The only difference is the fame, being more recognized, but I'm still the same kid, just chasing my dreams, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
And you said, I mean, you've had this dream of being here forever. Now you're here, pay-per-view main card. I mean, is anything different than you thought it would be? Have there been any surprises or unexpected results of things?
No, everything's been exactly how I planned it. Like exactly how I visualized it. It's just coming into reality exactly how I did.
Yeah. Did you have an idea? I mean, being in the UFC is one thing, right? But to be on a pay-per-view main card, I mean, did you think it would be able to happen this quickly for you?
No, it didn't, but I'm not surprised, you know. Like I said, this spot on the pay-per-view, it wasn't given, it was earned. I earned it with all my hard work and, you know, just everything I do, you know. I think I'm a pay-per-view fighter, and I'm the perfect fighter to open up this pay-per-view card because, like, not only am I a fighter, but I'm also like a showman, a performer. So I'm gonna go out there and put on a show and get the people turned up for the rest of the card.
Do you think about that when you get in the cage about like actually putting on a show? Is that just naturally who you are? Or do you put in an effort like, I don't want to just go win, I want to go win in entertaining fashion?
That's just naturally who I am. Like every of my fights, even like whatever I do, you know, like grappling competitions, whatever. I'm just a showman, an entertainer because it's fun for me. You know, I like to have fun in there, so that like helps me have fun, and also like the people enjoy what they're watching.
So what do you make of Christian as an opponent? Is there anything that he does that concerns you or worries about your game plan?
No, there's nothing that concerns me. He's a good fighter, but I'm just levels above, and I'm gonna go out there and show it Saturday night. I think about this fight. This is a perfect fight because if I'm not wrong, he's a prospect too, and that's exactly the fight that I needed. So I can show that I'm levels above these prospects, and I'm ready to fight in the top 15.
I love it. Last thing for me, what is the goal? I mean, victory here. Like, how do you see this year going? You just mentioned top 15. I mean, are you eyeing the rankings already? What do you see for yourself moving forward?
I see myself winning this fight Saturday night and winning like at least another 3 this year, maybe, because I want to fight 4 times this year at least. I wish it could be more, but at least 4 times. So maybe after this one and another 2, I can start fighting on the top 15.
Well, right here. Christian was in here earlier, and he said he thinks the biggest threat you would have is your grappling. He doesn't see a lot of from your striking. Do you think that's an unfair assessment from him when he was breaking you down?
Like I said, my opponents can think whatever they want. At the end of the day, the result's going to be the same. They can think my grappling sucks. They can think my striking sucks. They can think whatever they want. Whatever helps them get their confidence higher, you know, that's better for me because, like I saw Christian Rodriguez fight, and I expect him to be 10 times better for this fight and still finish him the same way.
When you are watching him, I know you said that nothing really concerns you in there about him, but is there any one part of his game that maybe stands out compared to the rest of his game?
No, I don't think nothing stands out from him. But he's 8-1, so I don't know. But I don't think that there's nothing like whoa, like dangerous, you know. So, but I'm just ready to step in there with whoever and get the job done.
And really, since your last fight, we've seen Alexa win. We've seen Yair. They have titles. We just saw you kind of reenact that image with Kane when he had the belt in Mexico City. So, what if you made of this big resurgence of Mexican MMA champions right now?
Well, it's hella dope to be able to represent the flag. Right now, the Mexican flag is in good hands. You got Brandon, Yair, Alexa, and I think the UFC is going to start paying more attention to Mexico. And I feel like that's what we need because there's a lot of talent in Mexico that like fighting spirit, but we just don't got the support. So I think this is going to help a lot. And, you know, hopefully we can bring the UFC back to Mexico City. I think it's really needed. And, yeah.
A couple unrelated to this fight. It was announced that Endeavor bought the majority rights to the WWE, so now like kind of WWE and UFC are a package deal. So what did you make of this news that you guys are now kind of co-workers with the WWE people?
Oh yeah, I think that's dope because the WWE has a lot of eyes on it. But I thought I was fake because usually people just make like fake news on Instagram. Like I don't even know what to believe anymore. But yeah, if that's true, then that's dope. You know, that's dope.
And what are your thoughts on the main event between Israel and Alex, the rematch?
I got it 50-50. It depends who has the better strategy because I always see like Adesanya winning the fight, but Pereira just has that knockout power. So I don't know. Maybe if Adesanya wins the whole rounds again and maybe take him down the last round, I don't know. It can play out.
Last one for me. You got added to the video game, correctly?
Yeah.
So do your friends play as you?
Yeah, and I had everybody like send me videos, like all my friends send me videos of me playing, them using my character in the video game and making some highlights out of it.
Over here. Thank you. I'm just curious to follow up on the WWE UFC merger, and you say you're a showman and a performer, and a lot of WWE is about showmanship and performance. Is that something that might interest you later on down the road?
No, I don't think so. I like watching it, but I don't think I would like doing it because what if they tell me that my paper's to lose? You know, I don't want to lose.
And then lastly for me, what is it like being here in Miami? This is the first time in 20 years UFC has been back in Miami. So just what is it like being down there in South Florida and participating on this big show?
It feels dope finally being out of Vegas because I've been fighting just in Mexico and Vegas. So finally like somewhere different like Miami, you know, it's dope because I always wanted to come over here.
Raul, I'm just curious. This fight is obviously a bantamweight, but you've talked about goals in the future to fight in other weight classes. How hard is it to make 135 right now?
It's not hard at all. I think it's a pretty easy cut, but maybe later on my body's gonna get bigger. I'm just 18 years old, but that's why later on I'll look into going up in other divisions.
Yeah. Do you feel like you'll have enough time within, your time frame at 135 to challenge for a belt before you're, naturally forced to move up a weight class?
Yeah, I think so, because like I said, I'm going to have the 135 belt in 2 years. So I think by 20, I'm pretty sure I'll still be able to make 135.
Yeah. And also, with your main card spot, obviously, like, you've been a big attraction since, like, you joined the UFC. But there's come some hate, some criticism. Some people saying, hey, he's only 1-0 in the UFC. Like, maybe some other veterans deserve that spot. What would you say to those critics that say, like, hey, Raul Rosas doesn't deserve a main card slot?
I don't know who said that, but at the end of the day, they're all just hating, and they should take some notes. If they want to be on the pay-per-view card, they should take some notes and learn some stuff from me, I barely got into UFC, and I'm already in the pay-per-view, not like other ranked fighters that are prelim fighters, so I don't want to say names, but yeah.
Yeah. And your brother, Jesse, recently fought, got a nice win. How long do you think it'll be until we see him in the UFC?
This year for sure. It's going to be two Rosas brothers. Jesse Rosas is going to be right here with me. Like I said, we're the same level, exactly the same level, just different styles. If you really look into it, if you really go see his fights, we're exactly the same level. We go out there, put on the performance, get the job done. It's just God wanted me here first, and that's how things played out. But things played out for a reason because that way we're not like Aljamain Sterling and Merab. They're like both like right there fighting for the title. But me and him have a little bit of gap because his opponents would back out the week of. But it all played good because when I think about it, I'll get the 135 belt. So by the time he gets there, I'll be able to move up to 145. So it'll be two brothers becoming UFC champions, making history.
Yeah. By the way, did you ever get your mom that minivan you promised post-fight?
No, because the bonus came in hella late. But I haven't spent it. I'm still going to buy something for my mom, something nice. I got something even better. Just stay tuned, and I'll post it. But, me and my manager, we're working on it.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Raul, right here. One more. I just want to add on to that last question. What's the competitiveness like in the Rosas household right now? Because Jesse's coming off 2 first-round finishes. So is he on you to get a first-round finish?
Yeah, usually like when we would fight on the same card, like later on, like I said, when we both fight in the UFC, we'll put the check on the table and whoever gets because we'll be fighting on the same cards. So we'll put the check on the table and whoever gets the kill like faster, the fastest finish takes it all, and of course it's going to be me. I'm just kidding. But yeah, especially on the house since we both know how to fight. I feel like that's what made us good because even when we're not training, like if he pisses me off, we go at it at the house because sometimes, like I said, I don't know how to drive. He's my Uber. Sometimes he doesn't want to take me where I want to go So, you know, we just got to go after it, you know?
You said the first time that we talked, you were sick of eating arroz con frijoles. Has the diet upgraded since then?
Yeah, we don't need no more rice and beans. We only eat ribeye, steak. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we're eating better now, so, you know, I like it.
Raul, back here. I'll do a question in Spanish, if that okay with you.
Yeah.
Estás peleando en Miami por primera vez, por supuesto. ¿Crees que la arena va a estar contigo ahora sabiendo que eres mexicano, que eres latino y que bueno, te puedes, quizás el público se puede sentir identificado contigo? ¿Crees que vas a contar con el apoyo de la arena el sábado en la noche?
Sí, aquí hay muchos latinos y la neta se va a aprender, se va a poner bien chido. Ya mire que hay muchos latinos, cubanos y de todos mexicanos. Entonces, yo sé que la vibra va a ser muy diferente a Las Vegas, a la que tuve en mi pelea pasada. Entonces se va a aprender y estoy listo para empezar el show y prender a toda la gente.
Siempre has dicho que quieres ser el campeón más joven en la historia, romper el récord. Si tuvieras que dibujar tu camino a ser el campeón desde este momento, ¿cómo lo dibujarías? ¿Cuánto tiempo crees que te puedes tardar?
Me va a costar 2 años, nomás por la razón que me va a tardar 2 años es porque ya cuando uno es campeón, yo veo que ellos pelean casi como una vez al año o así, entonces eso me va a detener poquito, pero yo creo que voy a ganar esta pelea y después voy a ganar otras 3 y ya me voy a ir al top 15, voy a ganar 1 o 2 en el top 15 y voy a entrar por el campeonato.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Woo, what the fuck's up?
Is that a Road Warriors jacket?
It's Warriors jacket, it is, yeah. Warriors! If you know, you know.
Chris, talk about this matchup, man. Obviously, a former tough winner, a title challenger. I mean, a guy that's been around the game for a long time. Does this feel like a big fight in your career?
I think everything at this point in my life is a big fight just because I am where I am. Yeah, tough winner, title challenger. That's cool, man, but this is my 41st fight, I think, 40th fight, something like that. So, I mean, what changes? He's a guy, like I say, unless he's gonna come out, unless he can throw a fucking fireball or like start flying or some shit that I haven't seen before, like what's he gonna do that I haven't seen?
Right.
Maybe he does some shit different, but like what's gonna change? Like I've got 40 fights, I've seen a lot. Like I can't. One of my coaches said the best. You're not fighting Kelvin Gastelum, the title challenger. You're not fighting Kevin Gastelum, the tough winner. You're fighting Kevin Gastelum, the man. Like, he's just a man. And I fought 40 other men as a professional, so, nothing changes.
Does it get it? I mean, do matchups excite you, though, when it is a name that has some star power attached to it or whatever? I mean, does it matter to you at all?
It does, man. It does to me. It matters a lot just because it took me so long to get here and so much work to get here. So I don't I want those hard fights, but for me, it's, it can become, the pressure can become really, really heavy when I'm trying, because I don't want to see my stock decline. It took me so long to get here, and like there's still so many people that look past me, and like I hate seeing my stock decline. But at the same time, I have to remember that, what am I, 30-9 now? I've beat 30 people. I've lost to 9. Like, you're going to take wins and losses, your lumps on the road. So at this point, I kind of I stopped letting myself get so freaked out about it, man. Like I had 5 days ago, I had a fucking freak out at practice. And they're like, what is wrong with you? And I'm just like, getting in my own head, because I have a habit of wanting to be perfect. I want everything to go perfect. I want to train perfect. I want to perform perfect, everything. And I got to remind myself, man, that perfect is the enemy of good. And like sometimes good is enough, especially, I train 7 days a week, year round. I don't take time off. And like, I respect Kelvin a lot, man. Like he's got his camp changed. He said he's healthy, and that's cool. But I know for a fact that he hasn't been disciplined for 15 years, and I've lived every day of my last 15 years disciplined. So I don't care if he's had a really good camp and got shit together. I'm not going to let one camp overwrite 15 years of hard work and sacrifice. I refuse.
Nice. How do you get ready for a guy like that that's in the circumstance? Like you said, it's just an opponent, it's just a guy, but a guy that hasn't competed in over a year, a guy that has changed camps. I mean, do you look at his old tape and say, well, the guy's going to be the same guy, or do you have to say, well, he could be totally different? I mean, how do you prep?
Man, this is a this is a hard camp for me, man, because Kelvin's a guy. There's a tale of two Kelvins. Are you going to get the guy that fought Izzy and made him fight his ass off? Or are you going to get the guy who's like eating burritos the week before fight week? So you never know what form of Kelvin you're going to get, or maybe somewhere in the middle is his true form. Who knows? So for this, if it was up to me, I would have done a lot more differently. But fortunately, I have like managers and coaches who are like, hey, stop being a weirdo. Like, we're going to focus on you. Like, we're going to do what you focus on the stuff you need to do. We're not going to worry about him. We'll work on things that I want to do, things that I want to improve on. And for any fight, I've always said, looking too hard into your opponent's kind of a waste of time, because you never know who's going to show up. Especially with Kelvin, it's even more so. I have no idea what Kelvin's going to come out. We have like a likely game plan that he'll do, but like who knows? So you can't focus on Kelvin, man. For me, it's just working on stuff we wanted to work on. Specifically, we kind of got some shorter guys in, faster guys. My boy Val Woodburn came in to help me out. Drew Dober helped me out, gave me a look. Joaquin Buckley came out to give me a look. Ty Reuters on the southpaw gave me a look. So we had a bunch of different looks for what Kelvin could want to do. So we covered all of our bases. We had John Poppy, who's another good guy, Gabriel Checo. So we had a lot of guys like giving me a lot of different like possible Kelvin looks. So like I say, unless he comes out and starts flying and throwing fireballs, we've seen it all.
Well, the fighter cliche is that I want the best version of that guy that I've ever seen. That's who I want to fight. But you're kind of known for keeping it real. Would you really like the best version of Kelvin Gastelum that's ever been, or would you like the burrito guy so it's a little bit easier fight for you?
Give me the burrito guy, honestly. I'm totally fine with that. Here's the thing, guys. I love fighting. I love like the violence of it. I love the aspect of it. So part of me is like, I do want the best Kelvin. We can go out there and have a war. And I do want to have a war, but I'm like, if I could just have a burrito guy and just kind of go beat him up and get I'll take either or, but like at this point in my life, man, like I want to go hang out in Miami. I don't want to do that shit all bruised up. So I'll fight the burrito guy. If he shows up, like, cool.
Last thing for me, listen, you are in the rankings now. Like I said, you've been at this game for a long time. It feels like, I don't know, this is kind of the moment or whatever. Like, what do you have goals this year? Like, hey, I want to be in the top 5 by the end of this year, or I want to do this. Do you let yourself get caught up in that and where you stand, especially now that you are officially a ranked contender?
I kind of set, it's weird. I'm weird, man. I don't really like setting, I don't believe in really setting goals like that, because I think that one or two things happens to you. You either never reach that goal and you hit yourself, or you reach that goal and then people get complacent. So I never really give myself goals. My goal has been, honestly, it hasn't really changed since I started fighting. Well, I had one stretch goal really was to get in the UFC. I'm here, but my overall goal has always been just to go as far as I can go. I want to see how far I can go. I want to reach my limit, and I want to try to push through that limit. If I don't push through it, I'm like, fuck, all right, this is where, that's my limit. If I get through it, all right, that wasn't my limit, we'll keep going. My goal has always been to go as far as I can go. Outside of that, just having fun, man, enjoying my life, enjoying, the rewards of all the sacrifice. So, fuck it, no goals. Like, why put that limit on yourself? Let's just enjoy the ride and see where I go.
You mentioned, like, unless he starts throwing fireballs, you've probably pretty much seen all there is to see. I'm curious, when was the last time you were in a fight and the other guy did something that you're like, what the fuck was that?
So Jack Hermanson started throwing like jumping, flying teeps, and I'm like, "What are you doing right now?" Like it was so weird because you don't really get like running, flying teeps, and Jack Hermanson kept doing it, and I'm looking at him like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you doing this?" It didn't hurt, it didn't land. I'm just looking at him like, "Why are we like?" We are gentlemen. We agreed to have a fist fight. I'm fine with you kicking me, but like, why are you being weird? So that was the last time I was like, I don't know what the hell you're doing, bro. Like, stop it. But outside of that, it doesn't really come up too often. Holy hell. Actually, before I got signed to UFC, I fought Kenny Robertson, and former UFC guy. And everything he did was functionally wrong. And I've had more trouble in that fight than I care to admit. Every time I look back on it, I'm just like, everything you did was functionally wrong. But I'm just like, you can't train for crazy fists. And he's moving his hands weird, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. In my corner, they're like, oh, why aren't you stopping him? I'm like, bro, I don't want to be close to him because like this isn't normal. Like none of us have trained this. I don't know if he's trained it, but yeah, like weird shit works.
Chris, over here. I know you said you weren't really worried or focused on Kelvin, but when they brought...
I didn't say worried, I said focus. Like, I knew that.
Fair. When they brought you this name, were you concerned at all that he wouldn't make it to the fight, given how his last 3 fights he kind of made it to the finish line and then had to pull out?
It was a thing. My management and coaches had to have a discussion with me, like, okay, we're going to prepare for this fight, we're going to prepare for Kelvin, but we'll be aware that, like, he's had some mishaps. And it sucks. And I feel like people give Kelvin a lot of shit because he had to pull out a bunch of fights. But you guys got to remember, like, I'm older than Kelvin, but he's got a lot of mileage on him. He's been in a lot of wars. He's been doing this for a long time. Like, that shit adds up. I'm really fortunate that, like, I've got, like, really good, I call it, like genes that were close to the source material. Like, I'm very black physically. So, like, I'm serious. I age very well. I don't get hurt. I recover fast. Even at 35, I still recover pretty fast. I got good source genes. Kelvin's not so lucky. So, injuries add up for a lot of people. Like, he keeps getting injured, and it fucking happens, man. It's a hard sport. So, like, I'm never going to shit on a guy because, like, your body, you didn't luck out on the genetic lottery there. So, it's a concern. We're like, be prepared if it changes, but once again, because they're trying to focus on working on me and not just, what's Kelvin going to do? If it did change, we're working on what I wanted to do. So, it's not that bad.
And that stat of yours, the 100% takedown defense, has been floated around a lot in the build-up to this fight. Even Kelvin brought it up. He's like, well, he's never been taken down. Maybe I have to mix it up. Is that stat a point of pride for you, or do you not even, like, think about that? No,
it's a joke to me because we laugh about it because it's such a actually, being Rodolfo Vieira, I joke about this a lot because Rodolfo, every time anything comes up, Rodolfo's like, hey, that's my stat. I gave that to you. And we laugh about it. But, to me, it's funny. Like, it is a little bit point of pride because, like, I struggled with wrestling early in my career. Before we had a gym change, Extreme Couture, and they really sat me down, had a heart-to-heart, like, hey, man, your wrestling sucks. Like, I was trained coming from boxing to, like, counter wrestle, and they're like, that's not how you do this. So I essentially had to go to Extreme and relearn how to wrestle, and, like, not just wrestling defensively, but, like, learning how to actually wrestle. And it kind of took away my fear of being taken down. So it's a point of pride, like, okay, I'm better than I was, but holding on to that stat means nothing to me because, like, you're in a fight, like, weird shit's going to happen. You can be the best boxer in the world and get dropped. You can be the best wrestler in the world and get taken down. Like, that stat means nothing because if I do get taken down, I don't care about being taken down. I care about my ability to scramble and get up. And, like, that's the difference that I learned from, like, being at Extreme to, like, being at, I was at Syndicate before and, like, Quest before and everything else. The difference I learned that, like, getting taken down means nothing. In my entire career, I was kind of afraid, like, okay, if I get taken down, I fucked up, right? That was a mindset I have. Now I'm like, okay, if I get taken down, I don't really care if you take me down, it's fine. I could do everything right and still get taken down. It matters if you can hold me there or prevent me from getting up. So, honestly, it's a cool stat to have because, like, for someone who did suck at wrestling for a long time, it's great. But honestly, fuck that stat.
And then a couple more for me. It was announced Endeavor bought the majority rights to the WWE, so kind of UFC and WWE are a package deal now. What do you make of that news and being coworkers with the WWE at this point?
I asked around, and apparently my pay doesn't change, so I don't give a fuck.
Sure. And then how do you see the main event playing between Alex and Izzy, the rematch?
So I keep getting asked this, and like yesterday, like the media people asked me as I'm signing a poster of I'm signing the posters, and I look down before I answer. The fucking like Pereira, he's sitting there looking at me like angry face, just staring at me in that poster. So I'm always afraid to say anything. I'm not an Izzy fan. I'm not a fan of the fighting style, like the point fighting approach until something happens. Just not, nothing against him, no disrespect. He's a good champ. Just not a fan of it. I prefer Pereira. But at this, my mind says Pereira. At this point, though, my heart says it has to be Izzy. At this man has created his own boogeyman. You guys see the thing where he's like, Pereira said he only came to MMA because Izzy said like he'll be forgotten, nobody cares about him. So he followed him. I'm like, this guy took your life in kickboxing. You left to make a new life, and he followed you out of like spite. So now I kind of feel for Izzy. Like he has to win this fight. If he doesn't win this fight, he's an anime guy too. I am too. So I'm thinking like the only thing left to do is either throw yourself off of a cliff, or you sacrifice you go find a Cthulhu Eldritch Abomination. You make sacrifices and you like ruin the world out of spite. Like the dude has to. So Izzy has to win for our sakes because like that dude is gonna be at the end of his rope, and he has a personal boogeyman, and I fucking feel for him. Like that's a terrifying thought to know. Like everything you do, like Alex Pereira is like looking over your shoulder, like just scowling. And apparently he's the nicest man ever. I run into Pereira like so many times. Nicest dude ever. Very nice, very just a cool dude. But he just stands there like fucking Michael Myers in the background of Izzy's life. And I'm like, bro, I feel bad for you. You have to win. So I feel like Izzy's going to give it his absolute everything, die in the ring if he has to, because this is just, you got people like, you can't run from your demons. Like your demon has a name, and he's going to be there on Saturday. So like, good fucking luck, bro.
Well, I have never heard a fighter bring up Cthulhu at Media Day. You a big H.P. Lovecraft fan?
I am a huge Lovecraft fan, besides the insane racism, xenophobia and everything else. But I'm not going to be mad at him. It's a product of our time. It's cool. But I'm a huge Lovecraft fan, big guy. So I always try to slide in random Cthulhu references when I can.
Chris.
Hello.
For the first time in 20 years, UFC is here in Miami. So I'm just your thoughts of being on this big card and also having it here in South Florida in Miami.
I am really happy to be on this card. It's really cool. We get to be on big cards, and I think the media day is different on the very, very big cards. I like it. I like Miami, Florida. We have mixed feelings about. I've never lost in Florida, which is great. On the flip side, Florida has cost me a lot of money. I have an issue with Cuban women and strippers. And my manager Lance back there shaking his head because Cuban strippers cost me a lot of money in the past. And I make terrible decisions with Cuban women. So, I'm excited, man. I love the atmosphere and to be in Florida. I've never lost here. But at the same time, I'm not leaving my hotel room unless I'm supervised.
And then my last question for me is, you're part of this big show. I'm just curious, was there part of you that wanted to be on the main card? You always still want to be on the main card. You made the prelims, but is there still some inside of you, or it doesn't matter?
I'm kind of over it now. It's kind of cool, man. The UFC is like a something billion-dollar company, right? And it's really weird when you're upset about something, you say shit. When Big Maynard got a hold of me, Mick's one of the top guys up there, my matchmaker. But what other company do you have where you get mad at work and one of the main people calls you why are you so upset? So for me, the thing was when I started this 15 years ago, when I first started, I was I was a pro 15 years ago. So maybe I don't know, who knows the numbers. Around 15 years ago, when I started this, there was no undercard guys. There was no prelim, there was no fight pass and all of that stuff. So you were on a UFC card and that was it. I am a dinosaur in terms of change. I don't like change. It scares me. I don't like things being different, which is why I started on a fucking Android and I can't go to Apple because I'm invested and I'm that guy. So I understand like the model is different. And we have like the prelim things, but there's still that part of me that's like 15-year-old. I just always say I'm the last of the old school generation of fighters. So like for me, it's like just main card or bust, main card or bust. So I finally had Mick broke it down to me. He's fine. So he's really cool about that. So like thanks McMahon for not being mad at me and like taking time to explain stuff to me. So I accept it. It's fine. Like I'm in a good spot. Career-wise, it's good. It gets me exposure. It gets my team exposure. So I'm good. I'm good with it. Like I appreciate it.
Chris, over here to your left. Quick question for you. You opened up as a favorite in this fight, betting-wise, and now you've kind of moved to a slight underdog. You've been one of the most profitable bettors or fighters to bet on as an underdog. I'm just kind of curious, like, do you embrace being the underdog? Do you like the underdog role? I'm just kind of curious your take on that.
I used to put more thought into it. Like, it used to bother me. I used to be the guy, like, hunting every like prediction video, making comments, and now I realize people suck and people will turn on you for the drop of a hat. Like, so I've since realized that. Like now I just don't care. Like I don't. Being an underdog or being a favorite doesn't affect my pay, so I'm just not gonna give it any mind. Like it's great because you'll get people talking shit to you, like, oh, blah blah blah, you're gonna lose and betting against you, and I love when they lose money. I absolutely love it, but like, I don't put anything into it. People like make money on me, great. I'm glad to help. Like, don't send me anything. It's yours. I'm glad we're in this together. I care about you. You care about me. It's cool. But at the end of the day, man, I think after the London card kind of taught me I had to kind of divest myself from things like that, because I put too much into it for a long time, just because I never got to be here, and I wanted to I wanted to be that guy that people loved and whatever. Then I realized people suck and they're fickle, so now I'm like, fuck it, man. If it doesn't affect me, my team, my family, or my paycheck, I don't care.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Que hola, how's everybody doing? ¿Cómo están? Acuérdense, están en Miami, no speak Spanish, don't talking to me, in Miami, okay?
Okay, esta es una pelea de una semana muy especial, muy grande para ti. Now, hey, Jorge, Fight Week in Miami, man. Star of the sport, been in big fights, but Fight Week in Miami, does this one feel a little bit extra special for you?
In so many ways, Angles. I feel redundant saying this, but I was here at that UFC event live, my first live event ever 20 years ago. I was 17, about to turn 18, so that means I could become a professional. So I didn't know all the details of it, but I knew what this lifestyle would entail, you know? And I was at the event, the nostalgia of seeing all these fighters I've been fucking dissecting and studying since I'm 11, 12 years old, because that's when the sport caught a hold of me and consumed me. So it took a while, and then after that left all that euphoria, and I was able to like analyze what was happening and the speed and the techniques and the movement and the endurance. I looked over to my boy and I said, man, not only can I do this, but I'll bring the show eventually one day here. That eventually took 20 years, so it took me a little bit, but we're here. And a month after that, UFC coming here to Miami, I literally turned professional, had my first bout. 50-something fights later, and 20 years, I'm still here, you know, so I can't totally describe what it feels like, but at the same time, I can't let that get to my head because it's just another fight, you know. When I went into Korea and I got in a plane and I went to a hotel and I fought, it was the same thing that I'm going to do now. If I let myself get ahead of myself and start thinking all this other stuff, things, you know, might not go as well, so I just got to stay cold, calculated, and violent.
That's kind of what I want to ask you about next. I mean, is that almost a challenge for you, right? Because I know you want to, you want to balance your time out here, right? I mean, you're a star here. You want to give people a show. You got business. I mean, you got a lot going on in Miami, right? I know you want to soak this moment in also, but is it almost difficult to strike that right middle balance to make it just another fight?
I'm just greedy, man. You know, the last like month I've been extra greedy. I'm sure everybody's gonna be like, I could imagine, but believe me, you can't imagine how many ticket requests. People everywhere, you know, it's a lot, and the show hasn't come here in 20 years, so it's a lot. There's not even fans of mine, just fans of the sport that live here that are combat addicts like me. Like, thank you for bringing the show here, you know, blah blah blah. So it's a lot, but at the same time, I'm just selfish right now. It's just I got to fight, and that's it, you know. Whether it was in England, Russia, South Korea, it's a fight, you know, and that's what I'm there to do.
As far as what Gilbert presents in the cage, I mean, we know what his game is. I mean, I guess where do you rank him in terms of the dangers that he presents to you, and how challenging is this matchup for you?
Definitely a beast on the ground. He's not the best at getting the fight to the ground, and definitely hits hard and throws with like bad intentions. But he's not the best at setting it up. He's not the best at making traps, at playing with the distance, at really jotting down at that distance. So I would rank him dangerous in both the stand up and the ground. But also at the same time, a very fitting style for myself, you know.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, obviously there's a lot of talk about the welterweight title picture. I mean, are you letting yourself think about that at all, or do you have to be careful not to? Because obviously you have a great history with the champion. It would be a phenomenal matchup, but we kind of know which way Dana has mentioned. I mean, are you thinking about that whole scenario as you enter this fight week?
I never underestimate anybody that has 2 hands and 2 feet. But I don't stop thinking about also that after this fight, I'm going to England. I'm going to use that belt to beat it over Leon's head and then come back to this great country and defend that belt. So it's not something that I don't think of. It's in the back of my mind, definitely. But first is Gilbert. Eliminate him in an impressive fashion, and there'll be talk of nobody else fighting for nothing else but me, you know. Last I checked, UFC's a pay-per-view selling business. Bitch-ass Kobe ain't never broke 300,000 pay-per-views in his life except when he fought me. Leon's not a pay-per-view draw. All of a sudden, they're just putting on events to put him on? I don't think so, you know. So as long as I do my job Saturday, everything else will fall into place.
Jorge, you're a promoter now, so were you kind of surprised as a promoter that Dana was so adamant Colby's getting the next shot before this fight had even played out? Because he could say, well, we'll have to see, and then that builds this fight even more.
I think they're just setting the pedestal way higher for me, man. They just want me to do some epic-ass game-bred Miami shit, you know, on Gilbert's face, and then that's it, you know. The tidal wave of that night is going to foreshadow anything else that I think is going on. You know, obviously I'm going to be rooting and advocating for myself over everybody, especially this fucking cop-culling, cupcake-eating ass bitch, but, you know, that's whatever.
It's kind of a weird one, right? Because here we are, we're talking about, hey, spectacular knockout, title shot. But then you said yourself in the countdown show that, hey, if you can't beat Gilbert, that might sort of show where you are in the sport currently. So would you consider this a crossroads fight, or would you consider this a stakes or high fight? What are you looking at this fight as?
It's not no diss on Gilbert or nothing. I just feel like throughout my whole career I would always match up very well with him, and at any point in my career I could beat this guy. Stylistic, you know, of course, and I am coming off 3 losses. You know, one of those losses had rather interesting circumstances. I took a fight in 6-day notice. I flew all the way to Abu Dhabi. I lost 20 pounds. And I'm not taking that away from Usman because he still beat me and he still had to prepare for me in just 6 days. So it's not that I don't take that one into credit, but it's also like those were interesting circumstances. And then I suffered 2 more losses after that. So if I suffer a 4th, it's a lot of evaluation has to take place. So I'm not going in there thinking this is my last fight. But, you know, with the emotions running and all this and that and 4 losses in a row, you know, I've also been in the sport 20 years. I got 50-something fights. I got more knockouts than these guys got fights. You know, you could go look at my record. I think I got like 17 knockouts right now. A lot of these guys are barely reaching 12, 13 fights, and they're in the UFC in the top 5. So it's a rather long journey, and you know, my body does have a lot of wear and tear on it. You know, whether I get on the microphone and talk about it like these other bitches do, and this is hurting in my knees, this, that. I got the same injuries. It's just I'm a man. I'm going to keep it to myself. And plus, I'm not going to expose it to the world for the world to know what's wrong or right, you know. I just feel that I just got to go out there and do my job Saturday.
You're curious what your take is on Kamaru Usman and where he's at.
And by the way, to rephrase Morgan, I currently got 3 felonies because this bitch Kobe says I gave him a brain injury. So how the fuck is he gonna fight for any title? Is what I want to know. You know, like how could you? The UFC's gonna get sued if that guy goes in there and something like that happens, right? Because supposedly, allegedly, because I didn't do shit. He says I gave him a brain injury. I didn't do shit though.
I wanted to ask you about that. There was a lot of allegeds about that day. Allegedly, you were wearing a COVID mask. Is that true?
Everybody knows I don't wear no COVID mask. So there we go. That's bullshit right there, bro. Allegedly,
it couldn't have happened.
Allegedly this, allegedly that.
Right here. Do you think it would be wise if Colby went to the fights on Saturday?
Of course, man. He's a attention-seeking ass whore. He's gonna be there. He's gonna, you know, from 100 feet away and 20 security guards, he's gonna be saying all types of crazy shit that he's the king of this and that. He's only the king of calling cops and sucking cock. So you know.
Well, we asked him if he would be there when he was giving an interview in London. He said maybe I won't be there. So do you even think he would be allowed to enter the arena?
I don't give a flying fuck. You know, all I know is that he has a restraining order on me. I have to stay 100 feet from this individual. Still, I don't even know why. You know, why he would put such a thing on me, because I'm like the coolest guy. You know, so I'm like, my mind is still blown of why he has a restraining order on me, and then he's claiming he's the king of I don't know what, but whatever.
And it's been the first time we've got to speak to you since Game Bred Boxing. So as the promoter, how did everything go? Smoothly? Is that
amazing, from top to bottom, amazing. You know, it's the fruition of seeing the card up here in my head, because it all starts up here. You know, me and my team start dissecting, saying who's gonna fight who, this and that. Then it actually gets materialized into paper, and then these contract bouts get sent out, and then actually the card comes to full fruition where it's live to see, and these fights are taking place. It's just mind-blowing. It's fucking mind-blowing. A lot of these fights were better than I thought in my own mind, and obviously I'm going to be rooting for the fights to be at their best, and a lot of these fights exceeded my own expectations, so great event. You know, it's our 4th boxing event. I think it took off amazingly. I just want to open up these doors and platforms so all these up-and-coming, young fighters to come get their money and their shine on.
What did you make of Anthony Pettis beating Roy Jones Jr.? I don't think many people saw that coming.
It's like, it's tough, you know. I could have called it the Pettis or Roy. I felt like Roy landed some good shots. Pettis was definitely more active and landed some great body shots. It was a tough one to call. But yeah, I leaned towards Pettis. I was okay with the decision as well. You know, it was a great decision. Crazy, right? Anthony Pettis beating Roy Jones Jr. Obviously, it's not Roy Jones Jr. of, you know, Roy Jones Jr., you know, because ain't nobody beating that guy. But it was still interesting to see how is this guy that's never boxed going to do against the greatest talent that ever stepped in boxing, Roy Jones Jr.
And to kind of look further down this card, you said you wanted to kind of open doors for these young fighters. Raul Rosas is fighting at the kickoff the pay-per-view. He's 18, 19 years old. He wants to be UFC champion by the time he's 20. So what advice would you give to him as someone that's so young in his career?
Train. Just when you think you trained a lot, just train some more. Forget about the world. Forget about the outside shit. Like, the sport is very, very demanding. And the only way you fly in this sport is like staying in shape. And how you stay in shape in this sport is not by putting Instagram posts or doing this and that. It's about getting after it, You're in the gym in the morning, in the midday, the night. You find some time to do recovery in between that. And then you repeat that the next day and then the next day and the next day. And then you cross your fingers and you hope that all this hard work you put in pays off in the fight. And even then, that's not guaranteed, So it's just, man, put your hard head on, put your mouthpiece on, and get to work.
And then this past weekend, it was announced Endeavor bought the majority rights to the WWE. So now WWE and UFC are kind of together. That's a world that you, maybe not WWE, but you had your hand in some professional wrestling. What did you make of that news?
I love it. I think it just opens more doors for both, Guys over there like Brock Lesnar type cases, my boy AJ Ferrari, guys like that. And then fighters that maybe are done fighting and they want to go over there and earn a paycheck. Hopefully that it's a smooth avenue and there's no like barricades like, no, you're this and you're this. Hopefully it's just, if it makes sense and it fits, they make it happen. And I love it because fighting is not the easiest way to earn your living, out of all the jobs in the world. Two guys are going to walk in and only one guy's going to win. And the guys that win more often, they'll get a little bit of money, but not guaranteed money either that you're going to be set for life. A lot of these guys, when they're done fighting, they have to pick up jobs. They have to do something else after, whether it be a coach or own a gym or whatever it is that they were doing before fighting. So for them to have that avenue to now be able to fight, and hopefully the UFC and Endeavor can make it easy for them to transition once they're too old to compete and fighting and go into WWE, the right guys that could make the fit in the right girls, I love it.
Final one for me, how do you see the main event playing between Izzy and Alex?
Man, I'm a fan of both. I've always liked Izzy's style, man, the way that he moves, the way he fights, the way he carries himself in there. But Pereira's like the Terminator from hell, bro. Like, this guy just doesn't take fucking no for an answer. He has unreal fucking power. And it's hard to bet on Izzy because he's lost 3, and 2 of them are by knockouts. It wasn't like, a lot of them are competitive. One of them I did think was highly competitive in the kickboxing match. So that being said, I feel like they just fought 2, like, last week, so is that still fresh in Izzy's mind? Can he put himself in the right spot? I think he can because Izzy's a hell of a competitor, man, and he shows up and does his thing, but conventional wisdom would say I'm going to lean with Pereira,
Well, kind of going off of the quick turnaround, you had said you thought maybe Usman came back too soon after getting the head kick. Do you think Izzy's coming back too soon after getting knocked out?
I think Izzy's a special talent, but yeah, a big part of me does believe that, and I come, my trainers are a little bit more old school where they want you to take a minimum of 6 months to a year after a knockout loss to let your brain heal, let your mind get right, let your spirit get back in the right place. So I don't know, I would say a little bit early, but Izzy's Izzy, man. He's the dude that if somebody's going to do it, it's probably going to be him.
Jorge over here. Mr. 305, man,
Yes,
what's
sir.
up?
What's up,
Sports
man?
betting legalization in Florida has been a huge topic. Curious on your take and whether it's something that needs to get legalized in Florida.
Online betting?
Sports betting in general.
I think so, right? Like, why not? I think they're probably just working out the kinks on how to tax who, what, and where, and that shit will be up and running for everybody. It just makes sense. I mean, it's part of the culture.
Facts. Speaking of betting, you're the biggest underdog you've been, and
Yes,
you're in
sir.
front of your hometown in Miami.
Yes, sir.
Do you embrace this opportunity as the underdog?
Oh, we're going to clean Vegas out. And by we, I mean all of you, because I can't bet on that, as we all know. But a lot of you motherfuckers are going to clean Vegas out. It won't be the first or the last time I clean Vegas out. I've cleaned them out many fucking times and cashed out. Not me, but individuals. So we're going to clean fucking Vegas's clock right now. And I love to do it, man, because they're the pros and I'm just some Joe, right? So let's do it.
And last one. Drake has been known to put some big money bets on you. Have you heard anything about him betting on you again this weekend?
I heard he betted his soul. I'm joking, man. I don't know. I have no idea. Drake does put massive bets, man. And I love it that he shows that support and that he would even like broadcast it like, hey, man, my money's on so-and-so, because there's nothing more real than put your money where your mouth is, right? So shout out to Drake for ever believing in me and thinking of me and just the amount of exposure I get from him watching my fight and placing on me. It's crazy, man. Yes, sir.
Jorge, back here. A couple questions in Spanish, do that?
Sí, señor.
Bueno, estamos aquí en Miami, aquí se habla español. ¿Cómo te sientes? Si tuvieras que describir las sensaciones que tienes en este momento por pelear en Miami, ¿con qué sensación lo describirías?
Bipolar sería la primera palabra, mi hermano. Tengo que ser un asesino frío como he sido mi vida entera. Cuando he ido a Japón, cuando he ido a Costa Rica, cuando he peleado en todas las partes del mundo que yo he peleado, no importa quién ha estado enfrente, lo único que importa es la persona que está enfrente mía y las emociones como yo la controlo. Una gran parte de eso es haciendo esto ahora cuando yo peleé el sábado. La otra parte es, tengo que dar un show para la ciudad mía, pero tengo que hacerlo a través de peleando y mantenerme frío como un asesino. Como te dije, bipolar son las emociones.
¿Cómo esperas que sea ese recibimiento de la arena? ¿Estás emocionado por lo que puede representar la gente? Una arena que te viene prácticamente a apoyar a ti, porque si bien Gilbert también vive aquí en Florida, no se compara el hecho de que te criaste aquí, que saliste de la calle de Hialeah y ahora estás aquí en la arena más importante de la ciudad.
No se compara absolutamente en nada. Eso va a ser como 9 años y el 4 de julio combinado con un poco más, la gente va a aprender el cielo. Y yo creo que se van a volver locos, va a ser como una bomba, fue estallada ahí. Y eso me va a encantar, yo voy a coger toda esa energía, la voy a absorber, pero como un caballo, voy a tener mis blinders on y a competir.
Ya para terminar, hubo mucha gente que en las redes sociales, sobre todo la comunidad latina, que se vio quizás afectada sentimentalmente cuando dijiste que esta podía ser quizás tu última oportunidad, o que si perdías quizás podías ya call it a quit. ¿Qué le dirías a toda esa gente que en las redes sociales se hizo sentir, que estaba quizás triste, salió esa parte sentimental de la fanaticada, bueno, quizás por creer que puede ser tu última pelea en el UFC?
En primero, yo adoro a mi comunidad latina porque ganando, perdiendo es lo que más duro estaban conmigo. Desde el patio fueron los que me encontraron y estaban conmigo y decían, ese es el gallo, los otros sean de Centroamérica, de Sudamérica, del Caribe. La gente que más me ha apoyado y me sigue apoyando, y una gran parte de mi carrera, que yo estoy aquí en Miami mismo en el show este, es por mi comunidad latina. Me siento como que tengo que hacer mucho para esta pelea, y esto no viene sobre noche ni hace un mes. Esto viene, yo me vengo preparando para este combate nomás 4 o 5 meses para darle todo lo que yo tenga. Y los comentarios que vamos a retirar, bueno, tengo 3 perdidas seguidas. Si fuera la cuarta, tengo que evaluar mucho de mi carrera, de mi físico, de mi mente. Yo me siento mejor que cualquier otra pelea llegando a este momento, pero al fin del día la pelea es lo que cuenta. Diciendo eso también, mi gente también no puede ser muy egoísta. Tengo 20 años en la carrera, tengo 52 peleas, tengo más knockouts que esta gente tiene en peleas. Si tú ves el récord mío, tengo como 17 knockouts. Y entre las 5 mejores, 10 mejores del mundo, esta gente ni tienen 17 peleas. El día que eso venga, yo voy a llorar más que cualquiera. El que más afectado va a estar yo, pero yo sé que mi comunidad latina va a estar conmigo en las próximas cosas que yo haga, y eso va a ser promoviendo las peleas, encontrando el próximo Jorge Masvidal y exponiéndolo al mundo. Cuando el día ese venga, que no va a ser abril 8, porque yo lo sé, lo siento en mi corazón, será un día difícil para todos los otros, pero mi gente latina siempre va a estar conmigo. Pero yo te prometo, abril 8 no me estoy retirando.
Gracias. Suerte,
sí,
hermano.
Señor. Gracias, hermano. Bendiciones.
Jorge,
Hermano.
looking good? I want to ask you, Jorge, there you go. This is Miami, right? This is your home city. You had told me that, at some point maybe this was a dream and it could have not happened. You've been fighting for a really long time. It's finally here.
Really long time.
As you mentioned, 50 plus fights. And I just want to know, how refreshing is it to get this at this point of your career? It almost feels like a shot of energy, right? A shot of cafecito. I see it in your face. You look happy. You look very at home.
As we answered the first question, part of me has been getting ready for this one fight for 20 years, I still remember when I was that young boy, 17, and I want to do this for the rest of my fucking life. I was already competing. I was already an amateur. I already had numerous grappling matches, boxing matches, kickboxing matches, and I was like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. I had the backyard fights already. I was like, I know I could do this and at this level. It took 20 years to get ready for this level, and I couldn't be in a better place. I couldn't imagine being in a better place. Truly, I found MSG and President Trump was cage side. The Rock was giving me the belt, you know, my favorite action star, and my favorite fighter of all time, Roberto Duran, walked out with me. And it was like insane nostalgia. Like the emotions that I had running there were amazing. But I kept all that in check until after the fight. After the fight, I let all that hit me. Before the fight, it was just like, it's another fight, bro. If it's here, if it's in Pluto, it's a fight, right? That's what I signed up for. Boom, let's go. And that's the same thing here. It's very bipolar, my emotions, that I'm keeping myself in check. But at the same time, I'm in Miami, you know?
Yeah. And you're a man on a mission, obviously. But how much has Miami, like, added, you know, as far as motivation and all that, because you are fighting in front of your people?
Insane. I mean, I run, you know, I go do my road work. It's like people are literally pulling over their cars. I fucking love you. You fucking kill this motherfucker. Don't call it. It's nuts. It's nuts. So now the running has taken places in places where I can't be seen running and stuff like that. If I go to the corner store to get something to drink, it's like everybody from the clerk, you know. So it's just motivation, you know. On these days that I don't feel like running these miles at night, and it's the last session of the day, I don't want to run, and then I run into somebody, and they like start spilling their guts to me. Like, man, I used to weigh. I got like a couple letters that like really touched my heart, but one of them, this individual lost 80 pounds, man. And he told me that everything was inspired by me. And he had sent me these messages, and we were talking to Instagram. He didn't tell me anything. He just showed up to one of my gyms one day, and he's like, look, this is me. I wanted to show you this is a real deal. And the dude said that I helped him get through depression through the videos that I put up on YouTube and seeing from where I came from where I'm at. He's like, I lost 80 pounds, showed me all the pictures, everything. It was like, fuck, man, if I could inspire you to do that, I got to inspire myself to do something greater, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, it's Miami, Leon Edwards is champion. I mean, it almost seems like the stars are aligning here for you to,
All
like,
aligned.
deliver something great and even surpass, right, Colby Covington in the whole title run. Do you like all that? Do you feel like this is almost like being a story being built up here ahead of Saturday?
Those things about Kobe fighting Leon, those are rumors. That dude has a brain injury, like I said, so he's claiming, you know. I got 3 felonies on my head because this guy's saying I have a brain injury. So I'm pretty sure that, like, on a medical level, you can't fight if you have a brain injury, you know. So, like always, this guy's like full of shit. And I'm no doctor or nothing, but whatever, right? I feel like, yeah, the stars are aligned in many different ways, but not just because of what I just mentioned, but because, shit, man, the way things went down, the way my training has been leading up to this camp. There's a lot of mile markers I set up for myself because I want to see, man, maybe I don't have it anymore. I'm coming off 3 losses, so I put a nice, rigorous training before the fight even got announced, just to like, hey, can I meet these goals? When I used to be 22 years old, I could run a mile like this. Can I beat it? Can I do that? And numerous markers I checked off on the list. Then I got myself closer to the fight. I'm 8 weeks away now. I'm in the gym more than doing like general conditioning. And my sparring partners, and you guys all know where I train at American Top Team, where we have studs from top to bottom. Grant Dawson, Johnny Eblin have been my main staples for this sparring partner. If anybody knows these guys, they know that these guys are fucking vicious. And Don's one of the better grapplers. He's currently 7-0 right now, or 7-1 draw, 7 wins. Johnny Eblin, the world champion, undefeated at middleweight in Bellator. And we've been beating the fuck out of each other. And they said it to me like, this is the best camp I've ever felt you. So from a spiritual, physical, mental place, I feel like I'm in the best spot of my life, you know. All the tools that I've been working on are clicking in right now.
Lastly, you versus Leon, biggest fight that can be possibly made at 170?
Oh, definitely, you know. I mean, unless Connor's bitch ass came to 70, but that midget ain't coming up to fight me. It goes without saying, me and Leon sell pay-per-views, you know. Leon and Usman, what did that do? Those numbers ain't even out because they're so shitty, I heard, you know. And it's just, you know, they're both great fighters and great tacticians and stuff, but they don't risk it for the biscuit all the time. And fans, you know, like, okay, you know, you're kind of playing it safe, you're doing the distance thing or you're doing the hugging thing and just sniffing nuts. Fans don't want to pay that shit, you know. Somebody that's a construction worker that busts his ass every day of his life, come Saturday, they want to get distracted. They want to forget about all their problems and worries. They don't want to see 2 guys just fucking hugging each other or staring at each other. So when you add me into the mix, you know, win or lose, I'm going to try to take somebody's soul with me and entertain the fuck out of you. That's the only reason why I sell pay-per-views. It's not because nothing else, you know. Yes, sir.
Fighting for UFC, game-bred boxing, game-bred MMA, game-bred everything. What do you enjoy most about your life right now?
Competing, training, like I said, on a pro level, I've been at this for 20 years, but I started young, you know, in and out, because I would get in trouble. My mom would be like, no, we're taking you out of these martial arts programs. So I would say officially I started more like around 11, 12 years old. But since like 7 years old, I was in this. And, you know, I feel like it keeps me young, it keeps me hungry, and it also humbles me a lot, you know. The promoting has been amazing. I've been doing it now for like 3 years, and it's been times flying doing the promoting because it's so fun. Though there's roller coasters in that too. Main event getting hurt 2 days before a fight. Now we gotta like move the whole fucking card around and things like that. And it's a roller coaster of its own. Nothing compares to fighting. Nothing compares to getting ready for that fight. The amount of sacrifice. I've said in numerous interviews before, in every training camp, I got to push so much. I got to be a little bit more disciplined, especially now that I'm 38. Back then, I would sleep on the constant 4 to 5 hours and feel great. Now, if I don't get like 7 hours and a half of sleep minimum, I don't feel that good. So now my discipline has gone up, and in my discipline going up, I think I've become like a slightly better person. You know, I'm going to sleep earlier. I'm waking up earlier. I'm doing workouts. I'm eating cleaner, just all for that one and final goal, to get my hand raised on Saturday. So fighting to me is still the funnest shit, period.
And lastly, from me, do we have any special guest celebrities, athletes that you know of that are going to be coming out Saturday for your support?
All of them. All of them. My mom, my dad, my kids, those will be the biggest celebrities in the building. But aside from them, all of them, you know, I'm Miami, and more than anything, it's easy to sell combat nowadays. You know, who doesn't want to watch a fight? You know, you could be on your way to the Super Bowl or the soccer final championships. A fight breaks out in the parking lot, you're gonna stop and turn. Now you're talking about, you got badasses that did this their whole life. This is all they train for, is combat, and it's here in Miami where everybody wants to be here because we got the greatest city in the world, because we got the greatest policies in the world, and people could live here free. Everybody's here in Miami now, especially since Corona. The whole world got to see, like, man, Miami's a place to be at because of our freedom, our liberty that we give to our citizens here. So everybody will be there. And if they're not there, I mean, they're probably getting it on pay-per-view.
Jorge, over here, just one last quick question.
Yes,
you know, you're the king of Miami, man. Never been to Miami myself. You know, where do I need to go eat? Where do I need to go gamble?
What are you trying to eat?
Anything, wherever your best spot is.
What's anything? I mean, what you want, like hamburger?
Best taco.
Best taco? Chris, what's the name of that spot that we just found the other day? No, that's not the name. Coyo Taco's pretty damn good too, and La Taqueria Mombi is pretty good. It's right here in Design District. Coyo Taco, you can't go wrong with them. They're phenomenal. But if you're in Miami, you gotta just eat like mainly Latin food, because we got the best Latin food in the country. You know, Peruvian food here is amazing. The Cuban food here is second to none. We make the best Cuban and Peruvian food because we have so many immigrants and people that come straight from there and set up shop here and cook. We got some pretty good steakhouses as well, brother. So it just depends what you want to eat, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, fellas.
Rob, obviously you took some time away, man. It's been a while since we got to see you. I guess, what was that time away like, man? I mean, do you itch the whole time to get back in here? Do you enjoy unplugging for a little while? What was it like?
Yeah, it was I needed it. I needed to relax. It was hard, but we saw the benefits what happened with Calvin, taking that year off, and I fully got healed. I gave, my fiance gave birth, so I got to kind of like settle in and just concentrate on that.
I was gonna say, so when you do that, I mean, you realize that you're doing it for the right reasons, and there's discipline to do that. But the whole time you're like, man, let's go, get me booked, or do you really like take the time to enjoy it and unplug for a while?
No, I was fully bought in. I was like, all right, listen, we need to take some time off. It was like, I want to say it was like a jab that Cheeto hit me with, and it just felt like my face just broke. It was like, all right, and I think it was from still rushing it from the Aldo fight, So it was one of those things like, all right, let's sit back. I don't ever want to feel that again,
So when you know it's time, all right, now it's time to go, is it something physically in the way you feel, or is it something mentally in the way you feel that you think, okay, now let's get back in there?
A little bit of both, a little bit of both. Physically, I feel 100%. Mentally, I'm there. I feel checked in. I feel, like I miss it. I miss it getting in there. I miss the camp. I miss the sparring. I miss the, I miss even just cutting weight. Like the last fight, it was like I was just basically just trying to get to the fight. It wasn't like a game plan. It wasn't really much like fun to that Cheeto fight. It was just trying to make weight and just rushing it to get there,
Yeah. Now you're back and you're on a big pay-per-view event, sold out, Miami. I mean, first big venue crowd you've had in a while, right? So, I mean, does that excite you? I mean, I know once you're in there, it's just a fight in a cage, right? But does that environment excite you?
Yeah, 100%. This is my first fight in front of a crowd since Ricky Simone. That was DC. I believe that was 2019. So it's been a while. Obviously the Apex is cool, but there's nothing like this.
Nice. Talk about the matchup itself, because when it was announced, I think on paper, everybody's like, oh, this looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Is that what you thought as well?
100%. Adrian brings it. He's I believe, 5-0 in the UFC, 11-fight win streak. He's finishing a lot of guys. He's making bonuses all over the place. So Adrian Yanez, Raul Font, it has Fight of the Night written all over it.
100%. Well, did you have to be talked into it all? Like, because there's some guys who are in your position like, well, he's the new kid. I've been paying my dues, facing champions. Like, he's got to earn his way here. Did you have that attitude, or was it like, no, let's do this right away?
Yeah, it was like, let's just go. I'm ready to get back in there. Obviously the way the division was booked and how the fights were working out. You had everybody basically booked up, and obviously I am fighting backwards, but it is what it is. Why not do it with an exciting guy that's going to bring it and stand up and try to take my head off as well.
Last thing for me, I mean, you are still right there at the top of the division. This would be a big win. So right now, I mean, do you think about that stuff and what's my path to the title, or is it maybe like better to step away and not have to think about that for a while?
Man, I'm not thinking about anything else but Adrian Yanez right now. This kid's he's dangerous. He's I'm not letting him take my number.
Rob, right here. Adrian put out a post on Instagram when this fight was announced, and he said it was a trip because when he made his pro debut, you had just signed to the UFC. So he hadn't even thought about competing in the UFC by the time you were already in there. So do you relish this role as like these young kids coming up and they have to get through you to the next chapter of their career?
Man, I've been saying this whole time. I'm not even treating him like a young kid. This is a grown ass man coming in here trying to take my head off. He's not like he's not like 18. So it's kind of like he's a grown man. So I'm not looking at him like that. He's a grown man. So like I'm gonna treat him like one.
And obviously, lots made of his boxing. You obviously train with Calvin quite a bit, he's highly regarded in his boxing. How does Adrian's boxing compare to the rest of these guys that you train with?
He's sharp, man. He's sharp. I love the body work. I love how he goes to the body. I love his head movement. He's one of these guys that like if you sleep on him, he's taking you out.
And some big news this past weekend, Endeavor bought 51% stake in the WWE. You guys are kind of co-workers now with those wrestlers. So what do you make of that news?
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. That's huge. Hopefully that stock goes up, right?
And how do you see the main event playing between Izzy and Alex?
Oh man, it's a great fight. It sucks that it's like more of a mental fight for Izzy, and unfortunately I kind of see the champ sticking with the belt.
Rob over here. Quick question for you. You're about the biggest betting underdog you've been in a majority of your time in the UFC here, and I'm just kind of curious. You fought some fighters that I think are inarguably better than Adrian Yanez, or at least had more impressive careers leading up to those fights. Just kind of curious. Do you embrace this underdog role? Do you think it's kind of disrespectful? Just curious your take on that.
No, I'll embrace it. Put some money on me, man. You're gonna win some money for sure.
Perfect. And then just curious to your take on Miami. Have you been here before? Do you enjoy fighting here? Just kind of curious your take on Miami.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it so far. The weather's amazing. I couldn't wait to get out of Boston. I grew up in Tampa. I spent 10 years in Tampa. Came out here a couple times, but I never fought in Florida. So this is pretty cool. I get to finally fight in Florida, and yeah, I'm just enjoying it. I can't wait to get out and really enjoy it after this fight.
Thank you.
Boom, boom. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
What's up?
Gilbert, last year you were struggling to get a fight all year long, only got to compete once. Now you're turning it around in like 3 months. I mean, how much better is this for you to kind of get this rhythm going?
Way better. So excited to be back here again. Second fight at home. First one home in Brazil, second one home here. Excited, bro. Excited. To be honest, 2022 I was getting frustrated, because that fight with Jorge supposed to happen, never happened. And I end up that's it, 2022, one fight, one loss. And I was just, man, I got to change that around. And that's it. January 21st, a win. Now, second fight, April. I'm very happy.
I love it. Obviously, everybody associates Masvidal with Miami, so I mean, it's at home, but it's a home game for you too, right? I mean, is this a special fight week for you as well?
Yeah, 100%. I got a lot of family, friends, teammates, students, fans. A lot of people coming. I'm excited. For sure. He's born and raised. You might know him for sure. He's gonna have a lot of people coming here for him, but I like it. I like it.
Talk about the matchup itself, right? Like, I know that you deserve to face #1 contenders right now. He's not that in the ranking, but obviously he's a big superstar. So, I mean, did the matchup excite you, and is it one that gets you, excited?
Very dangerous, crazy striking, a lot of knockouts, 51 fights. Plus the ones that never went to the record, one like the backyards one. So, for sure, very experienced, for sure not coming from a win streak, coming from a losing streak, but very dangerous, still very dangerous, especially fighting at home, coming from 3 losses, fighting Gilbert Burns. Yeah, bro, a lot of pressure on this guy, and it seems like he deals good with the pressure. I think he's gonna come crazy, and I'm excited for. I'm not seeing an easy fight, and like you said, he's not a top contender, but he's a big name, everyone knows him. Like, if you remember, Leon Edwards got a title shot beating Nate Diaz that wasn't in the ranking, that wasn't coming from the win. And Nate Diaz is not here no more. I think that other guy is Masvidal, So I like that fight. Big name, superstar, rank it, fought for the title twice. If he beats me, maybe get another title shot. So, yeah, I like that fight.
You mentioned title shot a couple times, right? I mean, I think everybody's talking about it. We've heard Dana White say, well, Colby's next, but people say, yeah, but Jorge would be a great match if he wins. Gilbert would be a great match if he wins. So I don't know, how much stock are you putting into, like, it's locked up, it's done? Or do you look at this as, hey, I do the right things, and this is a #1 contender fight for me?
Yeah, maybe. If I do the right thing, if I finish the way I see myself finish, I see the way I can finish, still a maybe, still not for sure. I would love to say, yeah, if I finish, they give me a title shot, but it seems like scope, so I'm okay with it. If it is scope, it is what it is. Give me another fight, I don't care, but I still have a time. I still had a chance to go there Saturday and put a doubt on Dana's mind, and like, Dana, look, I know you like that guy. I don't know what kind of deal you guys have, but shit, look at that performance. He fought this guy for 5 rounds. He didn't finish. Kamaru fought that guy for 7 rounds to eventually finish. If you get it done in 2 and 3, that doubt's right there. I plant that seed, and then we'll see.
All right, so last thing for me, I know you're going to give away your game plan, but I'm wondering if maybe your wife has talked to you.
Not yet. Saturday. She's coming to the hotel on Friday. Saturday, before the fight, she comes and she does her things, so Saturday.
Well, it would seem to be a fight where you have a grappling edge given your pedigree, right? But I know that inside you kind of like to just go out and throw down as well, right? And this seems like a guy you could scrap with, right? So is it a hard mental battle for you as to how you want to approach this fight?
Shit, it is. Why are you asking that? Yeah, it is. I wanna freaking bang with this guy, to be honest. But then I listen. That's the good thing. I listen to my coach. Henry said that you got to fight smart. I think you're going to do great stand-up, but if you mix with the takedowns a little bit, then the hand's going to connect easier, then this and that, and then the other coach, then my wife. But then I got to listen to them. They want the best for me, but let's see. Something, I don't know. I cannot say 100% I'm going to do it. No. If I see that is an opening on stand-up, yeah, I will stay stand-up. You guys will see it.
Gilbert, when you first heard Dana say it was Colby, I mean, there was a few people, like Bilal was really upset by it. Were you upset, or do you just kind of go, oh, I guess that's what's going to happen?
Yeah, I wasn't upset. I don't get upset with man's decision that, oh, I got mad because Dana, come on, I'm not that guy. Bilal, maybe I'm not. I didn't get mad because he said that. I think Kobe is very smart. Freaking guy, I gotta give it up to him. He's smart. And if they call me out of the blue, if I don't know, 1 year not fighting, and they offer, you wanna fight for the title, I'm gonna do like Kobe. I'm gonna say yes for sure. And so I was surprised when I saw him at the weigh-ins as a backup. I said, man, freaking Kobe is smart. And I said, if Leon wins, he's going to be next. I already thought, if Leon wins, and I was saying that, I think Leon's going to win, I said, Kobe's next. And just to a confirmation from that was a week period after the fight. Everyone was talking about Kobe. Leon just beat Kamaru. Why are you guys not talking about Leon's performance? It was a great performance. Everyone's talking about Kobe. I said, Kobe's next. And then it is what it is. I don't want to push no one down to elevate myself. I don't want to hate on Kobe. Hey, you want to fight for the title? Say for sure. So it's not his fault. Like, the guy is doing good. And he make everyone talk about him. So I don't know if they make him next, he's next. It is what it is. I'm not a complainer. Oh, yeah, why no, I'm not crying about it. Dana's decision. He does the best for the company.
Yeah. I saw on Embedded, are there new UFC gloves now? Have you got new gloves for the cage?
Yeah, the last fight was already, the one with the 30 years that I fought in Brazil is already, you kind of push your hands down a little bit. We still got a couple eye pokes. I just saw an eye poke. Who was that? Chito, I don't know who had a bad eye poke, but it's getting better. Luffy's kind of pushing your fingers down now.
Nice. Your prediction of Usman and Leon was pretty much spot on, right? Everyone was even going back and looking at it, being like, wow, he really broke that down very well. So, can you tell us what's going to happen in the main event this weekend, please?
You put me on the spot right there. I don't know. I think it's going to be a very close fight. I like both guys a lot. Like, I've been a fan of Adesanya. Adesanya said something to me that kind of changed for the good a lot of things on my training. And he didn't say it on a better way. He said it in a very good way. And then I said, oh, shit. So remember, he kind of did a video watching my fight against Hamzat. And they said, oh, I like Burns on this fight, but he gets hit a lot. And then I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I get hit a lot. Oh, yeah, that's real. And then I'm like, man, I got to get better defense again. I got to get better on my guard. And I'm thankful to him. It wasn't that I took in a bad way. I take in a very good way that a high-level striker saying that. And I say, oh, shit. And then I put a lot of emphasis on that. And then I got the last two camps, I got way less hit, like way less. That's props to Adesanya. But I'm Brazilian, bro. If I say, oh, I want Adesanya to win, they're going to kill me. And I want they will devastate me on the social media. But I like Pereira too. I didn't met Pereira when he fought the first time. I saw him after the Strickland fight. I was at that fight, bro, and then he was super cool with me. A nice guy too. And then I was with him a couple other times with Monster Energy, with a lot of other events. He was in Brazil with Glover when I fought Neil Magny. And those guys are nice guys, like both guys. They're very different, but they're very nice guys. So I think the fight is going to be, I think Adesanya is going to kind of take a charge on the beginning. And he's going to be way more smart, trying to don't get hit, great movement, checking the kicks, kicking, but throwing the hands first to don't get blocked on the kicks. That was one thing that he hurt. When he kicked a block, because it was just a naked kick, he just kicked. I think now he's going to throw more hands before he kicks. But freaking Pereira is a monster. If he does connect, it might be it. So it's a good fight. I think it's a 50-50. I like the other fight. I want Kamaru to win, but I think Leon's going to win. as a Brazilian, I want Pereira to win, but I think Adesanya, I don't know why he got a little edge for this fight, a little edge, but I want Pereira to win.
Go right here. Kind of going off of that, I'm sure you've seen Alex around. He's a huge guy.
Huge.
So when you hear Hamzat saying he wants to go up and fight him right away, like you've been in there with him, do you think Alex is just physically just too big for these guys that want to fight him?
Seeing a matchup, like, I think Chimaev thinks he's going to take him down very easy and going to out-wrestle him and finish. That's kind of like the way I think he sees it. This guy is so strong, bro. He's huge. I don't know. I think he fought at 218 his last fight against Adesanya. I think he made 185. And the next day, before the fight, I'm not sure, but I think it was 217, 218 at night. Like, that's more than T-Bow. Remember Gleison T-Bow? Gleison T-Bow was making 55 and fight at 180, 185. This guy is 218. Wow. I don't think it's an easy fight for anyone. I don't think it's an easy fight for Robert Whittaker. I don't think it's an easy fight for Chimaev. I think Chimaev it will be a great matchup because if he does take the fight to the ground, yeah, he might be able to. But I said that in our interview too. I have one coach that kind of helped so much on my game, Said Saparov. He's a Russian wrestler that he's been at Kill Cliff and he's been helping everybody. And this guy kind of helped me a lot on my takedown defense against Chimaev. And I think I did a pretty decent job. And plus my grappling. But I think if Pereira training this guy a little bit, he kind of gets an understanding of the game and good takedown defense. Oh, that guy get a good takedown defense. He's a problem for anyone at 85, at 205. The only thing you will think, if you get a good heavy wrestler that can take him down, okay, now if you get this guy defending a takedown, he's scary. That dude is huge. He's scary.
Well, looking at your fight, obviously Jorge, he comes from the boxing background. He gets a lot of knockouts, not a lot of submissions, but he has competed in jiu-jitsu tournaments over the years. So how would you rate his grappling skills?
Very good. Underrated. I think his takedown defense is very good. I had to watch that fight with Kobe a couple of times to see it. And if you see, he just took Kobe down the first round because Kobe gave him an eye poke, and then he was able to take Kobe down. And then he got up a couple of times, and on the second round, he was winning, and he was doing very good until Kobe kind of do something in his lip, and then he get on top. So Masvidal got on top, and then Kobe was able to out-grapple him and get on top. So the first two rounds, Kobe didn't took him down. For sure he did on the first round, but it was because of the eye poke. Second round, he out-grappled him, kind of swept him to the floor. Takedown defense is very good. He can get up very good too. It's tricky on bottom. I saw that Kamaru took him down the first fight. Kamaru couldn't hold him down. He started punching. He got up. He got up a couple times with Kobe. He's underrated. He's very good grappling, very good takedown defense for Masvidal. And then I had to dig deep and study a lot and get a couple guys watching and give me like, what do you think about this minute? Just look at this minute. Don't look at the whole fight. And then, man, shit, I didn't know he could do that. I kind of didn't saw that. And then I'm ready for a guy very good defending takedowns, making me taking a bad shots and try to defend a takedown. And whenever the fight goes to the floor, I think he knows exactly how to defend, and I work a lot on his defense to kind of get a different offensive for me too.
He was in here earlier, and he said he respected your skill set and what you bring to the table, but he said if he can't beat you, maybe that's it for him. Maybe that's it for his career. He even said it on the countdown. So do you think that's a mistake to maybe already be looking at, like, if I can't beat Gilbert Burns, maybe I need to retire?
That's his opinion. I don't think he's a true fact that he's saying. I think it's just opinion. That guy can talk. I like to listen to him talk. He talks good. I gotta give that to George. George is a character, and I don't know what to say. I think I don't know. He thinks whatever he wants. He has his own opinion. I just don't like the fact that a fighter start thinking about retirement, talking about retirement. I don't think he'll retire. I think I'm going to beat him, But I don't think he'll retire. I think he's making a lot of money on these fights. He got, I don't know if it before Kamaru's fight or before Colby, something like that, he got 7 deals. When they say 7 fight deals, is a good money. When they say 4 fight deals, is not good. When they say 5, okay. When they say 6, 7 fights, it's a lot of money, my guy. I don't think that guy gonna throw that contract away, say I'm done. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna beat him. He might take a little time off, try to get an easy fight, but he's gonna be the new Nate Diaz in the division. He's gonna be that super fight guy that comes and sell a lot of pay-per-views. I don't think he's done. And I don't wish nothing bad to the guy. I'll beat you and you keep making your money, my guy. It's all good.
The last one for me. This past weekend, it was announced Endeavor bought the majority rights to the WWE. So I see you smiling up there. What do you make of this news that you might be co-workers with?
Yeah,
WWE?
that would be nice. I think both are huge companies. They can help each other build even a better marketing for each one. You know, I think UFC can learn so much from the WWE and the vice versa. And it's a good opportunity to slap Brock Lesnar on the face too, right? That is a good opportunity.
Have you ever met Brock Lesnar?
No, I never met. He's lucky I never met him, but
you want to slap him?
I wouldn't slap him because he kind of pushed DC like that when he came all the way there in the octagon. I wouldn't slap him in the face.
Gilbert over here, to your left. Quick question for you. You know, I think Miami, you know, obviously is somewhat of a hometown for you, but fighting Jorge, this might be the only guy that could really be the hometown favorite over you here. Just kind of curious, you know, you're almost minus 600 betting favorite. I mean, that's about as big of a favorite as you've ever been. Just kind of curious what it feels like to be that big of a favorite against a guy that crowd's more than likely going to be cheering for.
It feels the same. It doesn't change. You know, those odds makers, sometimes they do a good job, sometimes they do a not so good job. But it's good for the fans, you know. Go there, make your bets, make your money. I think it's going to be a good fight. I do believe I'm going to finish Jorge Masvidal at his hometown. That's why I've been putting a lot of work, a lot of dedication, being way more professional, more committed with my lifestyle, with my training. And yeah, it's going to be a good night. I'm happy to be here in Miami representing. Like you said, he's the only guy that can beat me with the crowd right here. But maybe on the beginning, but as the fight's going, I'm getting better on still the crowd, so it's going to be a good show.
Perfect. And then last question for you. You know, you said you're going to finish him. How do you see yourself finishing him?
I see 2 ways. I can knock him out, or I can get a submission. It's either one, or maybe a TKO, but it's going to be one of those 3, or KO, or TKO, or submission. I'm going for it.
Durinho, over here. It sounds like from the comments that you're saying, you sort of feel like maybe Jorge is being a little bit underappreciated by the fan base because, yeah, maybe 3-fight losing streak, maybe you look at the age, but you've done the homework, you looked at the footage, and you see a game fighter there.
100%. The guy's a game. Like I said, 51 fights, plus maybe 20 more on the street, maybe. That's 71 fights. That's a lot of fights. So training with high-level guys in the ATT, you know, like, I know his teammates. I know all these guys. Those guys are good. Matt Brown, a good guy, a brain guy that does his camp. I think he's a game opponent, bro. Okay, he lost to Kamaru, yeah, but Kamaru was spawned for Paul the best. Oh, he lost to Weiss, yeah, but for Kamaru, I lost to Kamaru too. And then, he lost to Colby, yeah, but Colby's a great opponent. So he lost to these 3 guys and people count him out. No, I'm not, bro. This guy's very tough, very durable. He's a dog, bro. Even he lost to Kamaru, but he showed up. I remember I was freaking on a way bad mood watching that fight because it's supposed to be me fighting Kamaru in Abu Dhabi. I got COVID. He stepped up 1 week, and the guy was a dog. 5 rounds for Kamaru, very hard. For sure he lost the second one, but he's still a dog, you know. That guy is going to show up. I know people say, he don't train so much. He's older. He comes from 3 losses. Guys, I see the completely opposite. Come from 3 fights, losing. He's losing 3 fights. His back's against the wall. He's at home. If he wins, a lot to win. If he wins, it's a title shot maybe. There's a lot of possibilities. That guy's coming hungry, and I'm expecting that guy coming, you know, hungry, coming, trying to finish. That's the George Masvidal that I see coming. Not a guy that's 38, that has a bunch of money, that don't want to fight. No, that guy can fight. That's the guy that I'm waiting.
And as you've always said, like, the ultimate goal is the belt, right?
Yes.
But as a guy that's a fan also of the sport, was Jorge Masvidal somebody that at one point you hoped to at least cross paths with, just to add to your resume? As you mentioned, he's kind of become like a Nate Diaz-like figure, like a big money fight within the division. Obviously a veteran of the sport. You just mentioned like 50 plus fights.
For sure, I want to fight George a long time ago. I was in Cesar Pereira corner. I was in Orlando when Masvidal knocked him out. I was on Cesar's corner, and then Cesar is still one of my best friends, a great friend of mine, and George knocked him out. And I said, man, I gotta give that one back to Cesar one day. But I was at 55 at the time, and it passing the years. Finally, we're here. Be able to give that one back to my friend. But yeah, I see George as a freaking draw. That guy. It's going to be a sold-out arena. Pay-per-view points going to be crazy. It's going to be a great night of the event. All the fans should tune in, should get the pay-per-view, or should get the tickets and go to the arena. I always want to fight this guy, and I'm happy that I'm facing this guy.
Yeah. And you told me you hate airports?
I hate airports. You got to be there for an hour, freaking. Sometimes they make you wear the freaking dirty mask again, and full and line and this and that, and I don't like it, So I'm very happy I don't have to go to,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what's it like a fight week, no airport?
No, the best. Wow, so happy. And even to avoid that, I go very early. If I got in Brazil on a Sunday morning or Saturday morning, I want to get way early because I want to take the fly out of my system. And I don't have to go, so I'm so happy. I'm at home. I just drove here. I'm going to stay at the hotel. But maybe Saturday night or Sunday morning, I don't know if Saturday night, but maybe Sunday morning, just drive back home. So it's going to be great. I like to stay home, friends, family, everybody coming, supporting. It's going to be a great night. I'm excited for Saturday.
And lastly, for me, I know a lot of things are up in the air at 170, but what does your heart tell you? What do you think will happen? Do you think this will be your last fight before a title fight? If they do give it to Colby, are you going to sit out? I know you like to be active, but what do you think is going to happen with you next?
I would love to say that's my next one before, but I don't know because, okay, if Colby fight Leon, okay, that's almost a done deal. And Colby beats Leon, they should put a rematch right there, and that is another 6-8 months. Right now, I'm saying I want to stay active. If I do enough to get a title shot, perfect. If not, let's go back to camp. I'm living the lifestyle. I'm always training. I'm staying healthy, and let's go back to get another one. Why not?
Thank you.
Durinho, aqui por favor. Eu vi que você publicou um vídeo no Instagram em que você usa a nova luva do UFC. Eu vou perguntar em inglês, é melhor depois. O que você achou da nova luva? Isso vai dificultar mais, vai melhorar mais durante a luta? Vou perguntar em inglês. What did you think about the new gloves from UFC, please?
Você quer que eu responda em português ou em inglês?
Pode responder em inglês.
Oi?
Pode responder em inglês.
Isso aqui é inglês? I think it's a great glove, I can see a little bit, makes a little curve, So the other one, your fingers naturally stay here. This one, you put the gloves, you slowly kind of push your fingers down. I think it's a great thing. I think that was the same glove that I fought in Brazil. And I'm very happy, they kind of they doing something to change, That eye poke, man, an eye poke hurt you very much. I had an eye poke in the beginning of my camp, and it was a hard one of the hardest injury I had. It was an eye poke. And I'm very happy that the UFC is kind of changing the game and get better, So I think, I love that new glove.
Show, obrigado.
Valeu. Good. All right, guys.